Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Crime 1. When the boards began to warp, they pulled one loose and froze. Beneath the house, in the narrow crawl space, lay dozens of porcelain dolls, dirty, headless, arranged in concentric circles. Each one had a number painted on its chest. None had hands, and in the center, something was still moving. The Victorian home at 2347 Elmwood Avenue had stood for nearly a century in the small town of Oakbridge, Pennsylvania. Its current owners, Mark and Elise Callahan, had purchased it 6 months earlier for what seemed like an unbelievable price. The previous owner, an elderly widow named Frances Belmont, had died suddenly, and her out-of-state relatives were eager to liquidate her assets. The Callahans were a young couple with modest means but ambitious renovation plans. Mark worked as an IT specialist for a local company, while Elise had recently completed her master's degree in library science. They'd been saving for years, dreaming of restoring an old house to its former glory. When they first toured the Elmwood property, they fell in love with its ornate woodwork, stained glass windows, and the quiet, tree-lined street. Yes, the house needed work. The floors sagged in places, the plumbing was ancient, and there was a persistent, musty smell in the downstairs rooms, but the price made it impossible to resist. The neighbors seemed friendly enough, though somewhat reserved. When the Callahans hosted a small housewarming party, only 2 couples from the neighborhood attended. One of them, the Harrises from across the street, mentioned casually that the house had been through several owners in the past decade. "Nobody seems to stay long," said Martha Harris, sipping her wine slowly. Frances was here the longest, about 3 years. Before that, it was a family with teenage kids. They left in the middle of the night, just packed up and went. Never even put it on the market properly, sold it to a real estate investor for cash. Mark laughed it off. "Well, we plan to be here for the long haul. Once we fix it up, this place is going to be spectacular." Martha smiled politely, but there was something in her eyes, concern, perhaps, or pity. The first 2 months passed without incident. The couple painted walls, replaced fixtures, and began planning more substantial renovations. It was during the 3rd month that Elise started noticing small oddities. Items moved from where she'd left them, unexplained cold spots in certain rooms, and the occasional sound of footsteps when she was home alone. "It's an old house," Mark reassured her. "They all make noises." Then came the dreams. Elise began waking up in cold sweats, describing dreams of a crawlspace filled with broken toys. In her nightmares, she could hear children calling out numbers in sequence, their voices echoing from beneath the floorboards. 17392, she recited to Mark one morning, her hands shaking as she held her coffee mug. "It's always the same sequence." Mark suggested she was working too hard on the house renovations while adjusting to her new job at the Oakbridge Public Library. But when he started experiencing similar dreams, though he didn't tell Elise, he began to wonder. In April, they decided to replace the warped floorboards in what they planned to make a home office. The previous owner had laid carpet over the original hardwood, and removing it revealed extensive water damage to the underlying floor. As Mark pried up one particularly damaged board, he felt something shift beneath. The board came away more easily than expected, and that's when they saw them, the dolls, arranged in perfect circles under the house. The Callahans called the police immediately. Detective Sarah Lindstrom arrived within 20 minutes. bringing with her 2 officers and forensic specialist Tom Reeves. They cordoned off the area and began a careful investigation of the crawlspace. "I've never seen anything like this," Lindstrom admitted as she shined her flashlight on the macabre collection. "There must be at least 30 dolls here." The dolls appeared to be antique porcelain, the kind manufactured in the early to mid-20th century. Each had been deliberately decapitated, the heads nowhere to be found. More disturbing were the numbers painted on their chests in what appeared to be red nail polish. 1, 7, 3, 9, 2, and so on, the very sequence from Elise's dreams. And at the center of the concentric circles was a small mechanical toy, a wind-up mouse that occasionally twitched when the air currents shifted. As forensics carefully removed and cataloged each doll, Detective Lindstrom interviewed the Callahans. "Did you know the previous owner well, Frances Belmont?" "No," Mark replied, "we never met her. The house was sold through her nephew, a man named Paul Belmont. He handled everything." Lindstrom nodded, making notes. "And have you noticed anything unusual since moving in? Besides the floorboards, I mean." Elise hesitated before describing her dreams and the sequence of numbers that had haunted her sleep. The detective's expression remained neutral, but she wrote everything down meticulously. As the investigation proceeded, facts about Frances Belmont began to emerge. She had moved to Oakbridge in 2018, reportedly to retire in a quiet community. Before that, she had worked as an elementary school teacher in Pittsburgh for over 30 years. Her neighbors described her as reserved but pleasant, often seen tending to her garden but rarely entertaining visitors. She died of an apparent heart attack at age 72, found by a grocery delivery person when she failed to answer the door. What didn't add up was that Frances had no history of collecting dolls, according to her nephew. In fact, Paul Belmont seemed genuinely shocked when told about the discovery. Aunt Frances hated dolls, he told Detective Lindstrom over the phone. She had some trauma as a child related to a porcelain doll her mother gave her. She wouldn't even have them in the house. The investigation took an even more disturbing turn when forensics found trace amounts of human blood on 5 of the dolls. DNA analysis was inconclusive due to degradation, but it confirmed the blood came from at least 3 different individuals. Meanwhile, Elise's research skills proved valuable. Working at the library gave her access to local newspaper archives, and she spent hours scanning old articles about the house and its previous occupants. She discovered that before Frances, the house had been owned by the Mercer family, parents and 3 teenage children, who had indeed left abruptly in 2017. Before them, a retired couple named Donovan had owned the property for just 11 months before selling at a significant loss. Tracing back further, Elise found that between 2000 and 2015, the house had changed hands no fewer than 7 times, with no owner staying longer than 4 years. The pattern seemed to stretch back decades. "There's something wrong with this house," she told Mark one evening, her voice barely above a whisper. "I don't think we should stay here." But Mark was reluctant to give up on their dream home so easily. "Let's wait for the police to finish their investigation. There has to be a rational explanation for all this." That explanation began to take shape when Detective Lindstrom discovered that Frances Belmont hadn't always been Frances Belmont. Born Frances Dockery in 1947, she had changed her name in 1979 following what local Pittsburgh newspapers vaguely described as a school incident. Further digging revealed that Frances had been a teacher at Westfield Elementary when 5 children from her class disappeared during a field trip to a local museum. The children were never found, and while Frances was cleared of any wrongdoing, suspicion followed her for years. The numbers on the dolls 17392 corresponded to the ages of the missing children: Marion 1, Joseph 7, Emily 3, David 9, and Sarah 2. As investigators continued to search the property, they found more disturbing evidence. In the attic, hidden behind a false wall, was a collection of children's clothing, neatly folded and preserved in cedar chests. Each item had been carefully labeled with a child's name and a date. The most recent edition was dated just 2 months before Frances Belmont's death. The case attracted national attention. Media vans lined Elmwood Avenue, and the Callahans found themselves at the center of a story they never wanted to be part of. Theories abounded. Was Frances Belmont a serial kidnapper? Had she been involved in a cult, or was she merely a disturbed collector of macabre memorabilia? The final piece of the puzzle came from an unexpected source. Martha Harris, the neighbor who had attended the Callahans' housewarming party, came forward with information she had previously withheld. Frances used to talk to herself at night, Martha told Detective Lindstrom. I could hear her through the windows in summer. She would recite those numbers over and over like a chant, and she would say, "They're all waiting beneath. They're counting on me to find the right one." 6 months after the discovery under the floorboards, the investigation reached an impasse. No bodies were found on the property despite extensive searching. The blood on the dolls couldn't be definitively matched to any missing persons cases. Frances Belmont's history raised red flags, but there wasn't enough evidence to conclude she had committed any crimes. For the Callahans, the damage was done. They couldn't bear to live in the house knowing what had been hidden beneath their feet. They sold the property at a substantial loss and moved to another state, refusing all interview requests and declining to specify their new location. The house at 2347 Elmwood Avenue remains vacant to this day. The current owner, a real estate investment company, has been unable to find a buyer despite significantly lowering the asking price. Locals say that on quiet nights, you can sometimes hear a faint mechanical clicking coming from beneath the floorboards, like a wind-up toy slowly running down. And in dreams throughout the neighborhood, children still count 17392. Crime 2, the floral pattern was slightly misaligned. When they peeled it back, they found a door with no handle painted shut. Behind it, a narrow room lined with empty picture frames. On the far wall, one frame held a photo, a blurry image of the current homeowner asleep in their own bed. Rebecca Klein had lived in the old Victorian house on Maple Street for nearly 8 months before she noticed the irregularity in her dining room wallpaper. She wasn't the type to fixate on details. As a middle school art teacher in the small town of Willowbrook, Connecticut, she appreciated imperfections. But something about this particular flaw had begun to occupy her thoughts during quiet evenings alone. Rebecca had purchased the house at what locals considered a steal. Built in 1893, the 3-bedroom home had been on the market for over 2 years. The previous owners, an elderly couple named Walter and Meredith Simmons, had moved into assisted living after Walter's stroke. Their adult children had handled the sale, eager to liquidate their parents' asset, and Rebecca had been the beneficiary of their haste. On weekends, Rebecca would often invite her colleague and friend, Diane, over for coffee. It was Diane who first pointed out the wallpaper anomaly. "Have you ever noticed that the pattern doesn't quite match up here?" Diane had asked one Saturday morning in late October, running her finger along a seam where roses and ivy seemed to clash unnaturally. Rebecca hadn't noticed, but once Diane pointed it out, she couldn't unsee it. The wallpaper, a vintage floral print that had likely been there since the 1970s, had been meticulously applied throughout the dining room, except for this 3-foot section where the pattern was unmistakably off. In the weeks that followed, Rebecca found herself standing before the misaligned wallpaper almost nightly, wineglass in hand, wondering why it bothered her so much. One evening in early November, after grading particularly disappointing student projects, Rebecca decided she'd had enough. With a glass of Merlot bolstering her courage, she carefully inserted a utility knife at the seam and began to peel. The paper came away surprisingly easily, revealing not the plaster wall she expected, but something else entirely, a door. Painted the same cream color as the surrounding wall, it blended in perfectly when covered by wallpaper. Most peculiar was the absence of a handle or knob, just a perfectly rectangular outline of a door sealed shut with layers of paint. Rebecca called Diane immediately. "I think you should wait until morning," Diane advised over the phone. "You've been drinking and you're alone in the house." But Rebecca couldn't wait. Using a putty knife from her craft supplies, she began to chip away at the paint sealing the edges of the door. It took nearly an hour of careful work before she could wedge the blade into the crack enough to apply pressure. With a sudden crack that made her jump, the door gave way. The space behind was not, as she might have expected, a forgotten closet or abandoned dumbwaiter shaft. Instead, Rebecca found herself looking into a narrow room, perhaps 5 feet wide and 8 feet deep. The space contained no furniture, no sign of utility purpose, just empty picture frames of varying sizes mounted on every wall. In the dim light cast by her dining room chandelier, the frames, at least 20 of them, looked like black rectangular voids. All except for one. On the far wall, in a simple black frame about the size of a sheet of paper, hung a photograph. Rebecca's hands trembled as she stepped into the hidden room to examine it more closely. When recognition dawned, her wineglass slipped from her fingers, shattering on the hardwood floor. The photograph showed Rebecca herself, asleep in her own bed upstairs, her current bed, with the blue comforter she had purchased just 3 months earlier. Rebecca backed out of the room, her heart hammering. She called the police immediately. Officer James Mercer was the first to arrive at Rebecca's house that night. A 15-year veteran of the Willowbrook Police Department, Mercer had never encountered anything quite like this. He photographed the hidden room and the framed picture, bagging the photograph as evidence. "We'll dust for prints," he assured Rebecca, who had wrapped herself in a throw blanket despite the warmth of the house. "Do you have somewhere you can stay tonight?" Rebecca nodded. She would go to Diane's. As she packed an overnight bag, Officer Mercer made some calls. By morning, Rebecca's dining room would become the focus of a police investigation that would unsettle the quiet community of Willowbrook for months to come. The investigation revealed several disturbing facts. First, the photograph of Rebecca sleeping had been taken approximately 2 weeks earlier, judging by the book visible on her nightstand, a library loan she had since returned. Second, forensic analysis showed that the hidden room had been recently accessed and cleaned. While dust had settled in the corners, someone had wiped down the frames and walls within the past month. Most concerning to investigators was the realization that the only possible access to the room was through the dining room door, meaning whoever had been watching Rebecca had been entering her home while she lived there. The Simmons family was interviewed extensively. Walter, though limited in his communication by the stroke, was adamant through his yes/no responses that he had never known about any hidden room in the house he'd owned for 42 years. His wife Meredith, showing early signs of dementia, could offer little insight. Their children, a son in Boston and a daughter in Providence, both seemed genuinely shocked by the discovery. Dad was always puttering around that house fixing things, the daughter, Elizabeth Simmons Hayes, told Detective Andrea Morris. But he never mentioned anything about a hidden room, and Mom would have told me we talked about everything. The investigation took an unexpected turn when police expanded their search parameters. 6 years earlier, a 24-year-old woman named Cassandra Miller had gone missing from her apartment just 4 blocks from Rebecca's house. Cassandra's case had gone cold after months of investigation yielded no substantial leads. Now, with the discovery of the hidden room, detectives revisited the case file with renewed interest. Cassandra had been a photography student at the community college. Among her possessions, police had found a notebook containing addresses of interesting architectural sites in Willowbrook, including the Victorian on Maple Street, then owned by the Simmons family. A careful examination of the picture frames in the hidden room revealed minute traces of photographic paper in 3 frames, suggesting other photographs had once been displayed but removed. Forensic testing of the dust in these frames yielded partial fingerprints that did not match Rebecca, the Simmons family, or anyone in the police database. As weeks passed, Rebecca stayed with Diane, unable to return to the house that had once represented her fresh start in Willowbrook. The police maintained regular patrols past the property, but no one was ever seen entering or leaving suspiciously. The hidden room yielded no further clues. In January, 3 months after the discovery, Rebecca put the house up for sale. Despite disclosing the bizarre finding to potential buyers, a young couple from New York made an offer, enchanted by the Victorian architecture and unperturbed by its mysterious feature, which they planned to convert into a wine cellar. On the day Rebecca signed the closing papers, Detective Morris called with an update. "We've identified a person of interest," Morris said carefully. "A man named Thomas Weber who worked as a carpenter in the area from 2013 to 2018. He did some renovation work for the Simmons family in 2015 and also briefly dated Cassandra Miller before her disappearance in 2018. "Did you find him?" Rebecca asked, her pen hovering over the final signature line of the closing documents. "That's just it," Morris replied. "He seems to have disappeared about 6 months ago. His last known address was an apartment building on Elm Street." "Elm Street," Rebecca repeated. "That's just behind my backyard." There was a pause on the line before Detective Morris spoke again. "Ms. Klein, did you ever meet any of your neighbors on Elm Street?" Rebecca thought about it. "No," she admitted. "My backyard borders their properties, but there's a tall fence and some dense trees. I've never actually seen anyone." The investigation into Thomas Weber continued, but the man seemed to have vanished completely. His apartment had been emptied, rent paid in full until the lease expired. Former employers described him as skilled but solitary. No family members could be located. The new owners of Rebecca's house made their own disturbing discovery 6 weeks after moving in. While converting the hidden room into their wine cellar, they removed the remaining picture frames from the walls. Behind one particularly large frame, they found a small aperture carved into the wall, just large enough for a camera lens. Forensic examination revealed that the opening connected to a narrow passage within the walls, one that wound its way through the house like a vein, with similar apertures in the bedroom, bathroom, and living room. These hidden observation points had been meticulously concealed behind furniture, light fixtures, and decorative elements. The case gained national attention, featured on true crime shows and podcasts. Amateur sleuths connected it to similar cases in neighboring states, homes with unexplained modifications, missing young women, and a transient carpenter or handyman who had worked in each area. Rebecca Klein never returned to Willowbrook. She accepted a teaching position in Arizona, where she lived in a newly constructed apartment building with modern security features. She rarely spoke of her experience in the Victorian house, but sometimes in new places she would find herself examining patterns on walls, looking for inconsistencies, wondering what might be hidden beneath. Thomas Weber was never found. Cassandra Miller remained missing. And in Willowbrook, the Victorian house on Maple Street stood as a somber reminder that sometimes the most frightening threats aren't strangers lurking in shadows, but the unseen observers behind our own walls, watching silently as we move through spaces we mistakenly believe are private. Some nights, new residents of the neighborhood would report seeing a figure standing motionless at the edge of the woods that bordered Elm and Maple Streets, just watching, never approaching. By the time police would arrive, the figure would be gone, leaving nothing behind but the unsettling feeling of being observed. The floral pattern was slightly misaligned, and behind it lay not just a hidden door, but a window into the frightening reality that sometimes the walls that should protect us instead conceal those who wish to do us harm. Crime 3, he'd had the same dog for years, same name, same tag, but one day there were two, one with his name, the other with a different name and an address that didn't exist. The vet had no record of the second tag ever being issued, but the metal was scratched like someone had tried to remove it. Daniel Carson lived a quiet life in Millbrook, Pennsylvania, a town where people still left their doors unlocked at night. At 43 years old, Daniel had settled into the peaceful rhythm that defined small-town America. His days were predictable. He would wake at 6, take his German shepherd, Cooper, for a morning walk along the Reservoir Trail, then return home to prepare for his job as a high school English teacher. Cooper had been Daniel's companion for 7 years, a loyal presence that had helped him through his divorce from Elaine back in 2018. The dog's identity tag was simple: Cooper on one side, Daniel's phone number and address on the other. Nothing remarkable about it. Nothing that would suggest it would become evidence in what investigators would later call one of the most perplexing cases in county history. It was October 12, 2023, when Daniel first noticed the second tag. The morning had begun like any other, crisp autumn air, leaves turning amber and crimson. As he attached Cooper's leash for their morning walk, something caught his eye. The metal tags clinked together, making an unfamiliar sound. There were now two. Daniel examined the new tag carefully. It read Rusty on one side, with an address on Willow Street and a phone number with a local area code. Daniel knew Millbrook well, and Willow Street only went up to the 400 block. This address listed 723 Willow Street. When he dialed the phone number, an automated voice informed him that the number was not in service. Maybe someone put it on him by mistake, Daniel told his neighbor, Patris Wilkins, later that day. Patris, a retired nurse with a penchant for true crime podcasts, suggested he check with local veterinarians. Cooper's never gone missing, Daniel explained to Dr. Holloway at Millbrook Veterinary Clinic the following day. He's always in the yard or with me. I don't understand how someone else's tag got on his collar. Dr. Holloway examined their records and confirmed they had never issued a tag for a dog named Rusty to any address on Willow Street. More concerning was what she noticed about the tag itself. These scratch marks, she pointed to the back of the mysterious tag. Someone tried to remove something, maybe a previous owner's information. Daniel felt a chill run down his spine. Something about the tag felt wrong, intentional, not accidental. That evening, Daniel found himself examining the tag under his desk lamp. The scratches were methodical, clearly made with a sharp tool. On impulse, he did what many people do when confronted with something mysterious. He searched the internet. He typed in Rusty Dog Millbrook, PA, and scrolled through the results. 5 pages in, he found it. A local news article from September 2019. Local family still searching for beloved pet. The accompanying photo showed a smiling family, a woman, a teenage boy, and a young girl with a red-brown retriever mix named Rusty. The family's last name was Keller. The article mentioned they lived on Willis Road, not Willow Street. Daniel felt his heart rate quicken. Perhaps this was just a coincidence. But the next morning, he drove to the Millbrook Herald's office to look through their archives. The newspaper had maintained physical copies of local news going back decades. The article he found was more detailed than the online version. The Keller family had recently moved to Millbrook in 2019. 3 weeks after arriving, their dog Rusty had disappeared from their fenced backyard. The family suspected he had been stolen as there were no holes in the fence and the gate remained locked. The article quoted Emma Keller, the mother. "Rusty was part of our family. My children are devastated. We just want him back, no questions asked." With shaking hands, Daniel copied down the Kellers' contact information. The article listed their address as 28 Willis Road. He drove there during his lunch break, only to find an empty house with a for sale sign in the yard. The real estate agent's information led Daniel to call Marion Dempsey at Eastern Pennsylvania Realty. The Kellers, they moved about 2 years ago, Marion explained. Tragic situation. Mrs. Keller lost her husband in a car accident in early 2021. She and the kids moved to Ohio to be closer to her parents. Daniel hesitated before asking, did they ever find their dog, Rusty? The line went quiet for a moment. No, they never did. Emma was convinced someone had taken him. It became something of an obsession for her, putting up flyers even months later. Between that and losing James, her husband, she really went through a hard time here. That evening, Daniel sat on his porch, absently scratching behind Cooper's ears as the dog rested his head on Daniel's knee. Cooper had been a rescue, adopted from the county shelter in 2016. His paperwork stated he was approximately 2 years old at the time. The shelter had named him Cooper because he was found wandering near the old barrel factory on the edge of town. Daniel tried to reconcile the timing. If Cooper was indeed Rusty, the timelines didn't quite match. The Kellers lost their dog in 2019, but Daniel had adopted Cooper in 2016. It wasn't possible. Unless the shelter had been wrong about Cooper's age, or unless. Daniel shook the thought away. Cooper was his dog, had been for 7 years. The tag was just a strange coincidence, perhaps a cruel prank by someone. But the next morning, Daniel received a call from an unfamiliar number. "Is this Daniel Carson?" a woman's voice asked. "Yes, it is." "My name is Detective Lisa Morales with the Millbrook Police Department. I understand you've been asking questions about the Keller family and their missing dog." Daniel felt his mouth go dry. "How did you know that?" "Marion Dempsey called us. She found it concerning that someone was asking about the Kellers. given the circumstances. What circumstances? Daniel asked, though something in him already sensed the answer would change everything. Detective Morales paused before answering. Mr. Carson, are you aware that James Keller's death wasn't just a car accident? It was ruled a suicide. He drove deliberately into Millbrook Reservoir, and before he did it, he left a note that mentioned finding out who took their dog. The revelation hit Daniel like a physical blow. He looked at Cooper, dozing peacefully on his bed in the corner. "I'd like to come see your dog, Mr. Carson," Detective Morales continued, "and that tag would tomorrow morning work for you?" Detective Morales arrived at 9:00 a.m. sharp the next day. She was younger than Daniel had expected, maybe early 30s, with observant eyes that seemed to catalog everything about his home as she entered. "This is Cooper," Daniel said as the German Shepherd approached, tail wagging cautiously. Morales knelt down, letting Cooper sniff her hand before examining his collar. She took photos of both tags with her phone. "You said you adopted him from the county shelter in 2016, she asked, reviewing the adoption papers Daniel had laid out on the coffee table. "Yes, they estimated he was about 2 years old then." Morales nodded slowly. German Shepherds and Retriever mixes can look similar, especially to untrained eyes, and the county shelter was understaffed that year. There was a scandal about record-keeping issues. Daniel felt defensive. "Are you suggesting Cooper might be rusty? That's impossible. The timelines don't match." "I'm not suggesting anything yet," Morales replied evenly. "But I find it strange that your dog suddenly has a tag with the name of another missing dog, don't you? Especially one connected to a suicide." Over the next few days, Detective Morales dug deeper. The phone number on the mysterious tag had indeed once belonged to the Keller family, disconnected after they moved away. The address, 723 Willow Street, didn't exist, but 723 Willis Road would have been just 2 houses down from the Kellers' former home. A week later, Morales returned with a court order for a DNA sample from Cooper and photographs to compare with the Keller's missing dog. "Emma Keller sent these from Ohio," Morales explained, showing Daniel several photos of a reddish-brown dog with a distinctive white patch on his chest. "Notice anything?" Daniel stared at the photos, then at Cooper. His dog had a similar white marking, though Cooper's coat was darker, more black than brown. "Lots of dogs have white patches," he said defensively. The DNA results would take weeks. In the meantime, Daniel found himself watching Cooper differently, studying his mannerisms, wondering if he'd somehow missed something all these years. Had Cooper ever responded to the name Rusty without Daniel noticing? Was that even possible? He began having trouble sleeping, lying awake thinking about James Keller driving into the reservoir, about a family mourning not just a husband and father, but also their beloved pet. He thought about Cooper, sleeping peacefully at the foot of his bed, completely unaware of the questions swirling around him. On November 3rd, Detective Morales called. "The DNA results aren't conclusive," she said. "There's no sample from the Keller's dog to compare against, but I have other news. We found fingerprints on the mysterious tag." "Fingerprints whose?" "That's just it," Morales said. "They belong to James Keller." Daniel felt as though the floor had dropped away beneath him. "But that's impossible. He died over 2 years ago. This tag appeared on Cooper's collar just weeks ago." "Exactly," Morales replied. which means someone kept this tag for over 2 years before placing it on your dog's collar. We're treating this as a potential harassment case now. Is there anyone who might want to disturb you this way, Mr. Carson? Maybe someone connected to the Kellers. Daniel couldn't think of anyone. He barely knew the family. They had moved to Millbrook after his divorce, when he was already living a relatively isolated life. As the investigation continued, more disturbing details emerged. The Millbrook Herald received an anonymous letter containing a photo of Cooper in Daniel's yard, taken from outside his fence, with the words, "He knows what happened to Rusty," written on the back. Police installed surveillance cameras around Daniel's property. Teachers at his school began giving him concerned looks in the hallways. Students whispered. The story had leaked, as stories in small towns always do. Then came December 15th, a cold Thursday evening. Daniel was grading papers when Cooper began barking frantically at the front door. Through the window, Daniel could see a figure standing on his porch, a woman, middle-aged, her face partially obscured by a scarf. When he opened the door, she spoke before he could. "I just needed to see him for myself." "You're Emma Keller," Daniel said, recognizing her from the newspaper photo, though grief had aged her beyond the 4 years that had passed. She nodded, eyes fixed on Cooper, who had fallen silent, staring at the stranger with his head tilted slightly. "He's not Rusty," Daniel said gently. "The timeline doesn't work. I've had him since 2016. Your dog went missing in 2019. Emma Keller's eyes finally met his. "I know that now. Detective Morales explained everything. I'm not here because I think he's Rusty." She pulled something from her pocket, a dog tag, identical to the mysterious one on Cooper's collar. "I'm here because I need to know who sent me this in the mail last month with your address on a note." They sat in Daniel's living room as Emma explained. After moving to Ohio, she had tried to rebuild her life with her children. Then, 3 weeks ago, an envelope arrived with no return address, containing a dog tag for Rusty and a note with Daniel's name and address. "James became obsessed with finding Rusty before he died," Emma explained, her voice breaking slightly. "He was convinced someone in town had taken him. He would drive around for hours looking. The police said it was part of his depression, fixating on the dog instead of dealing with his other issues." The pieces began to fall into place. Someone was manipulating them both, someone who knew about Rusty, about James's suicide, and about Daniel and Cooper. The investigation eventually led to Kevin Landry, a former maintenance worker at Millbrook High School who had been fired after Daniel reported him for inappropriate behavior toward female students. Landry had also briefly worked for the county animal shelter and had access to records there. He had harbored a grudge against Daniel for years, and the Keller situation provided a twisted opportunity for revenge. Landry had discovered the story of the Keller's missing dog while researching ways to harass Daniel. He had broken into the evidence storage at the police station where James Keller's personal effects were kept, stealing the original tag from Rusty's collar that had been found in James's car. When confronted by police, Landry admitted to everything: the tags, the anonymous letter, even to taking photos of Cooper from outside Daniel's property. His plan had been to make Daniel believe he had somehow stolen someone else's dog, to make him experience the same obsessive uncertainty that had driven James Keller to suicide. On a cold January morning, Daniel met Emma Keller at the Millbrook Cemetery, where they stood together at James's grave. Cooper sat quietly by Daniel's side, his breath making small clouds in the winter air. James would be at peace knowing the truth, Emma said finally. Even if we never found Rusty, at least we know who was behind it all. As they walked back to their cars, Cooper's tags clinked gently against each other. Daniel had decided to keep both tags on the collar as a reminder that the past is never as far away as we might think, and that truth can be both a burden and a liberation. In Millbrook, people still leave their doors unlocked at night, but Daniel Carson now checks his yard carefully before letting Cooper out, and sometimes in the quiet hours before dawn, he finds himself staring at the two tags on his dog's collar, wondering about the strange, twisted paths that connect us to people we've never met, and to stories we never knew were ours. Crime 4, it didn't control anything. The bulb stayed dark, the fan didn't move, but when flipped on, something buzzed faintly inside the wall. They cut through the plaster and found a small cavity, just big enough to hold a microphone, a camera, and a cassette labeled "Smile More." The discovery was made in the modest two-story home of Alina Shepard, 53, a high school English teacher from Oak Ridge, Pennsylvania. Alina had lived in the house for 21 years, the last 7 of them alone after her husband Robert passed away from complications of pneumonia. Their only daughter, Melissa, had moved to Seattle after college and visited only during holidays. Alina was known in the neighborhood for her collection of hydrangeas that bloomed in vibrant blues and purples along her front walkway. She volunteered at the local library on weekends and hosted her book club every other Thursday. Her colleagues described her as reserved but warm, the kind of teacher who remembered students' birthdays and kept their artwork long after they'd graduated. In spring of 2018, Alina's routine shifted slightly. Neighbors noticed she had begun taking more frequent walks in the evening, sometimes stopping to chat, unusual for someone who typically kept to herself. She mentioned having trouble sleeping, attributing it to the emptiness of the house and strange noises that were probably just the settling of an aging structure. She seemed more tired than usual, said Margaret Conley, who lived next door for 15 years. There were shadows under her eyes I hadn't noticed before. When I asked if everything was all right, she said she'd been staying up grading papers, but I remember thinking the school year was almost over. The first concrete indication that something was amiss came when Alina called a heating specialist to check her guest room. She reported inconsistent temperatures and a humming sound that seemed to come and go without explanation. The technician found nothing wrong with the heating system, but noted in his report that Miss Shepard seemed anxious and insisted something wasn't right about the room. 2 weeks later, Alina's daughter received a voicemail that would later be entered into evidence. "Melissa, honey, it's Mom. I know this sounds strange, but I think someone's been in the house when I'm not home. Nothing's missing, but things are slightly moved. The blue throw pillow was on the other side of the couch. The teacups were rearranged. I'm probably being silly. Call me back when you can." Melissa called back immediately, but got no response. After 3 days of unanswered calls, she contacted the Oak Ridge Police Department and requested a wellness check. Officer Daniel Hayes and his partner arrived at Alina's home on May 14th. The doors were locked, curtains drawn. Her car sat in the driveway. After receiving no response to their knocks, they entered through an unlocked back window. The house was unnervingly tidy. No signs of struggle. Alina's purse sat on the kitchen counter with her wallet inside, her phone charging beside it. A half-empty mug of tea on the coffee table had developed a film of mold on the surface. It felt like she had just stepped out for a minute, Officer Hayes later testified, except for the fact that her medication was still in the bathroom cabinet and her house keys were in a bowl by the front door. Her jacket still hung on the coat rack. The officers found no sign of a leaner shepherd. What they did find after a thorough search of the property was the light switch in the guest bedroom that controlled nothing. When flipped, there was indeed a faint buzzing sound. This detail, seemingly inconsequential at first, would become central to the investigation. Detective Sarah Linden was assigned to the case. Her first step was interviewing Alina's neighbors, colleagues, and the few relatives she had in the area. Everyone described her as reliable and punctual. No one could imagine her leaving without telling anyone. She wouldn't just disappear, insisted Carolyn Weber, her closest friend from the book club. Alina was planning our summer reading list. She'd already bought the books. A deeper inspection of Alina's financial records showed no unusual activity. Her last purchase had been at the local grocery store 3 days before she was reported missing. Security footage showed her leaving with 2 bags, appearing calm and exchanging pleasantries with the cashier. The investigation might have stalled there if not for Detective Linden's insistence on returning to the strange light switch. "Something about it bothered me," she later wrote in her case notes. "In a house where everything else was functional and well-maintained, why would this one thing be left broken, and why did it buzz?" The detective brought in a building inspector who quickly determined that the wall around the switch had been recently repaired and painted. The color match was close but not perfect. With permission from Alina's daughter, they cut into the wall. What they found chilled everyone in the room. A small cavity containing a wireless microphone, a miniature camera pointed toward the guest bed, and a cassette tape labeled "Smile More." The equipment was sophisticated, motion-activated, and with enough battery life to run for weeks between charges. Fingerprint analysis turned up nothing. Whoever installed it had been careful. The cassette contained a recording of a man's voice, soft and almost gentle, reciting personal details about Alina's daily routine, interspersed with long stretches of breathing and occasional whispered comments about her appearance. "You look tired today, Alina," the voice said at one point. "You should smile more. I like when you smile." The discovery transformed a missing persons case into something far more disturbing. Someone had been watching Alina Shepherd, intimately familiar with her movements, potentially for months. The most unsettling aspect, Detective Linden noted, was realizing that the equipment couldn't have been installed without multiple extended visits to the house. This wasn't opportunistic, it was calculated. Further inspection revealed similar installations in Alina's bedroom and bathroom, all recently installed, all carefully concealed. But who had access to Alina's home, and where was she now? The investigation turned to the small group of people who had legitimate reasons to be in her house. The cleaning service she used monthly, a plumber who had repaired a leak in March, and various friends from her book club. After weeks of meticulous investigation, attention focused on Martin Graves, 34, who had briefly worked for the cleaning service that Alina used. Background checks revealed a concerning pattern. Graves had been questioned in connection with stalking allegations in 2 previous cities before moving to Oak Ridge, though charges were never filed. When police searched Graves' apartment, they found a collection of photos of Alina, some clearly taken through windows, others from public places where she frequently visited. More disturbingly, they discovered a journal detailing his observations of her daily habits, including which lights she turned on at what times, what she ate for dinner, and even what she wore to bed. But there was no sign of Alina herself. Martin Graves was arrested and charged with stalking, breaking and entering, and installation of illegal surveillance equipment. During interrogation, he maintained an eerie calm, speaking about Alina as if they shared an intimate relationship. She knew I was watching, he insisted. She performed for me. The way she would pause by the window, how she would linger in front of mirrors. She wanted me there. When pressed about Alina's whereabouts, his demeanor changed subtly. I never hurt her, he said, his voice dropping to a whisper. I would never hurt her. She's just somewhere safer now, somewhere she doesn't have to pretend anymore. Despite extensive searches of Graves' property and surrounding areas, Alina Shepherd was never found. No evidence of violence was discovered in either her home or his apartment. Her bank accounts remained untouched, her passport never used. Martin Graves was eventually convicted on all charges related to the surveillance, but could not be definitively linked to her disappearance without further evidence. He was sentenced to 7 years in prison. 5 years later, Alina Shepherd remains listed as a missing person. Her daughter Melissa maintains her mother's house, unable to sell it while holding onto the diminishing hope that someday there will be answers. The guest room with its extra light switch has been sealed off. The walls have been repaired, the surveillance equipment stored in an evidence locker. But for those familiar with the case, the question lingers like the faint buzz that first betrayed something wrong. What happened in that house, and is Alina Shepherd truly gone, or is she, as Martin Graves cryptically suggested, somewhere safer now? Some nights, neighbors report seeing lights turn on and off in the empty house, though Melissa insists no one is there. The electric company has checked multiple times and found no malfunctions. Perhaps it's just the house settling after all, as Alina once thought. Or perhaps someone somewhere is still watching, waiting for her to smile more. Crime 5, thousands of them white, dusty, some blood-speckled, covered the floor like snow. There were no birds in the house, no signs of nesting, just feathers. And in the middle of the room, a child's shoe with a note inside. She took the wings away. Detective Miranda Reeves stood in the doorway, her flashlight beam cutting through the basement's darkness. At 53, with 28 years on the force in the small town of Oak Ridge, Pennsylvania, she thought she'd seen everything. But this was different. The air in the basement felt heavy, like it was clinging to her skin. The smell wasn't of decay, as she'd expected, but of something sweet and medicinal. Any sign of the kid? Officer Denton asked from behind her. Just the shoe, Miranda replied, her voice steady but quiet. She'd learned long ago that crime scenes had a language of their own, and you had to listen carefully. The case had started 3 days earlier when Alina Garza reported her 8-year-old daughter, Lily, missing. Alina was a single mother who worked nights at Mercy General Hospital as a nurse. She'd come home at 7:15 a.m. on Tuesday, October 12, 2023, to find her daughter's bed empty. No signs of forced entry, no struggle. The front door had been locked from the inside, with the spare key still hanging in its usual place in the kitchen. Lily was a quiet child, according to her teachers at Oak Ridge Elementary. She kept to herself, drew pictures of birds during recess instead of playing with the other children. Her father had left when she was 3, moved to Seattle and started a new family. He called on birthdays sometimes. The last time had been 4 months ago. She collects feathers, Alina had told Miranda during their first interview, her hands trembling around a mug of untouched coffee. She keeps them in a shoebox under her bed, says they help her feel safe at night. Miranda had nodded, jotting notes in her worn leather notebook. She'd been intrigued by that detail, children often created their own protective talismans against the darkness. Miranda's own daughter, now grown and living in Boston, had kept a collection of smooth river stones arranged in a circle around her bed until she was 12. Now standing in this basement, not of the Garza home, but of the vacant Morrison property 3 blocks away, Miranda wondered about those feathers. Had someone known about Lily's collection? Was this scene arranged specifically to send a message? The Morrison house had been empty for nearly a year. Old Mrs. Morrison had died last November, and her children had been arguing over the estate ever since. The realtor's lock box had been untampered with. The only sign of entry had been a partially open basement window, its frame wiped clean of prints. The call had come in anonymously, a man's voice, distorted and nervous, reporting something wrong at the Morrison place. When dispatch asked for details, he'd only said, "The basement, check the basement for the missing girl." Miranda stepped carefully into the room, placing her feet strategically between clusters of feathers. Under the beam of her flashlight, she could see they weren't all the same. Some were large, possibly swan or goose. Others were smaller, like those from a songbird. She crouched down, pulling on latex gloves before picking up the tiny pink shoe. "Size 13 kids," she murmured. "Matches what Alina said Lily was wearing." The note was written on lined paper, torn from a spiral notebook. The handwriting was neat, but pressed hard into the paper, leaving indentations visible on the back. Miranda slipped it into an evidence bag without touching the surface. "We need the whole team in here," she said to Denton. "Full processing. And get me the surveillance footage from the gas station at Maple and 4th. It covers this street." As the crime scene technicians arrived and set up their equipment, Miranda stepped outside for air. The October night was crisp, with maple trees along the street shedding their red-gold leaves onto the sidewalk. 3 houses down, she could see Alina Garza's porch light burning, a beacon in the darkness. The neighborhood had changed in recent years. Young families had moved in, renovating the post-war homes with their small yards and single-car garages. But there were still old-timers, people who remembered when everyone knew everyone else's business. Mrs. Kellett, 82 and sharp as a tack, had lived across from the Morrison place for 40 years. When Miranda knocked on her door, she wasn't surprised to find the elderly woman already awake, peering through her curtains at the police activity. "I've been waiting for you," Mrs. Kellett said, opening the door before Miranda could knock a second time. She wore a faded housecoat and had her white hair in neat pin curls. "I saw someone there 2 nights ago." Miranda followed her into a living room that smelled of cinnamon and old books. "What time was this, Mrs. Kellett?" "Just after midnight. I don't sleep well these days, arthritis, you know. I was sitting by the window." She pointed to a worn armchair positioned to look out onto the street. A car pulled up, dark color, blue or black, I can't be certain. No lights on inside. "Did you see who got out?" Mrs. Kellett hesitated. It was dark, but it looked like a woman, thin. She carried something to the house, a bag or a bundle. She was there maybe 20 minutes. "Did you see her live?" "No, I must have dozed off. When I woke up, the car was gone." Back at the station, Miranda stared at the evidence board. Lily's school photo smiled back at her, dark eyes, serious expression, hair pulled back in a neat ponytail. They had the shoe, the note, and dozens of bag feathers being processed by the lab. The gas station footage had shown a dark sedan, possibly a Honda Accord, driving past the Morrison house at 12:17 a.m. on Wednesday night, then again in the opposite direction at 12:43 a.m. The plates weren't visible from the camera angle. Elena Garza had no car. She took the bus to work. Her ex-husband was confirmed to be in Seattle by local PD. The neighbors reported nothing unusual except for Mrs. Kellett's sighting. "The feathers are domestic," said Emily from the lab, walking in with a preliminary report. "Mostly chicken, some duck, and a few from decorative items dyed and processed, the kind you'd find in craft stores." "Any blood results?" "Not human, chicken blood consistent with regular processing." Miranda frowned. "Someone bought these, or took them from somewhere that processes poultry." There were 3 poultry farms in the county and a craft store in the mall 20 minutes away. Officers were dispatched to check them all. It was Denton who made the connection late that evening. "The Morrison family," he said, dropping a file on Miranda's desk. "The daughter, Patricia Morrison Wells. She works at Crafts and More at the Oak Ridge Mall. Been there 6 years." Miranda flipped through the file. Patricia Morrison Wells, 42. No criminal record. Divorced 3 years ago from Thomas Wells. 1 child, a daughter, now 17. "And she'd have access to the house," Miranda mused, "even if the realtor's lockbox was untampered with." The Morrison Wells home was in a newer development on the other side of town. A 2-story colonial with neatly trimmed hedges and Halloween decorations already adorning the porch. It was 11:15 p.m. when Miranda and Denton pulled up, lights off, parking a house away. "Her car's in the driveway," Denton said. "Dark blue Honda." They approached carefully, Miranda taking the lead. The house was quiet, with a single light burning in what appeared to be the kitchen. She rang the doorbell, hand resting instinctively near her weapon. Patricia Morrison Wells opened the door wearing jeans and a sweater, her hair pulled back in a messy bun. She showed no surprise at finding police on her doorstep so late. "I've been expecting you," she said simply, stepping back to let them in. The house was immaculate, with the faint smell of lemon polish and something baking. Family photos lined the entryway, Patricia with an older man who must have been her father, Patricia with a teenage girl who had her same serious eyes. "Is Lucy home?" Patricia asked, gesturing to a chair in the living room. Miranda remained standing. "Lucy." "My daughter, she's at a sleepover tonight." Patricia's voice was calm, almost detached. "That's why I did it today. I knew I'd have time." Denton shot Miranda a look. She nodded slightly, and he discreetly positioned himself between Patricia and the hallway that led deeper into the house. "Did what exactly, Mrs. Morrison Wells?" Patricia smiled faintly, created the message for a liner. She needed to understand what she'd done. Miranda kept her voice level. "And what did Elena do?" "She took my father away." Patricia's hands were steady in her lap. "He was dying, you know, cancer, terminal. He was in pain for months. Elena was his night nurse at Mercy." A chill ran through Miranda as the pieces started to click together. "She cared for your father." "She did more than that. She convinced him to change his will. 3 weeks before he died, he signed everything over to her foundation. Some made-up charity that doesn't exist. The house, his savings, all of it, my inheritance, Lucy's college fund." Patricia's voice never wavered. "Elena has a gift for manipulation. She targets the vulnerable, the dying." "Patricia," Miranda said carefully, "where is Lily Garza?" For the first time, confusion crossed Patricia's face. "Who?" "Elena's 8-year-old daughter. She's been missing since Tuesday morning." Patricia blinked rapidly. "Eleanor doesn't have a daughter. She lives alone. I've watched her house for months. She lives alone." Miranda and Denton exchanged glances. Something wasn't adding up. "The shoe in the basement," Miranda pressed. "The note, the feathers." "It was symbolic," Patricia said, her voice hardening. "She took my wings, my future, my security. The feathers represent what she stole. I left the note as a warning. I was going to confront her tomorrow." "And the shoe." "What shoe?" Patricia looked genuinely confused. "I didn't leave any shoe." Later that night, as Patricia Morrison Wells was being processed at the station for breaking and entering and making threats, Miranda returned to the Garza home. The house was dark except for a faint light in an upstairs window. Miranda knocked, then knocked again harder when there was no answer. Eleanor opened the door wearing a coat, her purse slung over her shoulder. Her eyes were red-rimmed. "Detective, I was just heading out to look for Lily again." Her voice was hoarse from crying. "May I come in, Miss Garza? There have been some developments." Eleanor hesitated, then stepped back. The house was cluttered but clean, toys in a basket by the sofa, children's books on the coffee table. Photos of a smiling, dark-haired girl adorned the walls and mantel. "Is there news about Lily?" Eleanor asked, her hands twisting the strap of her purse. Miranda studied Eleanor's face carefully. "We found something at the old Morrison house. A child's shoe with a note inside. We believe it belongs to Lily." Eleanor's face crumpled. "Oh God, is she?" "There was no sign of Lily herself," Miranda said quickly. "But I need to ask you about Patricia Morrison Wells." Eleanor's expression shifted subtly. "What about her?" "She claims you manipulated her father into changing his will shortly before his death, that you stole her inheritance." Eleanor sank onto the sofa. "That's not—" She stopped, swallowed hard. "Harold Morrison was my patient, yes. He was a kind man. When he learned I was trying to start a small foundation for children of single parents, he wanted to help. It was his idea to leave some money to the cause." "Some money or all of it?" "It wasn't like that." Eleanor's voice had hardened slightly. "Patricia abandoned him. She visited twice in 3 months while he was dying. She was too busy with her life to care for her father." Miranda nodded slowly. "And Lily, how long have you had custody of her?" Eleanor froze. "What do you mean?" "There's no record of a Lily Garza born in Pennsylvania 8 years ago. No school records before this September. No pediatrician visits before August." For a long moment, the only sound in the room was the ticking of a clock on the mantel. Then Eleanor spoke, her voice barely above a whisper. "She needed me. Her mother was an addict. I found her sleeping in the hospital waiting room while her mother was in detox. Again, the 5th time." Eleanor's eyes were distant. "I just took her home for the night at first, then another night. Her mother never even reported her missing." "You kidnapped a child," Miranda said flatly. "I saved her." Eleanor's voice rose sharply. "I gave her stability, a home, love. Her real name is Bella Taylor. Her mother odd 2 months after I took Bella in. She's better off with me." "Where is she now, Eleanor?" Eleanor's face crumpled. "I don't know. I swear I don't know. I went to work, and when I came home she was gone. Someone took her, someone who knew." 3 hours later, Miranda stood once again in the basement of the Morrison house. The feathers had been collected, the floor swept clean. Only the chalk outline where the shoe had been found remained. Patricia Morrison Wells had no knowledge of Lily, or Bella, as her real name appeared to be. Elena Garza was in custody, facing kidnapping charges, but Miranda believed her when she said she didn't know where the child was now. The shoe, the note, she took the wings away. It wasn't Patricia who had left that message. It wasn't Elena. Miranda's phone rang, breaking the silence of the empty house. Detective Reeves, she listened, her face growing pale. When are you certain I'll be right there? Across town in the children's ward of Mercy General Hospital, a nurse had found a child sleeping in an empty room. A girl of about 8 with dark hair and serious eyes. She had no shoes on her feet. She says her name is Bella, the nurse reported. She says her mother works here. She says she's been waiting for someone to find her. When Miranda arrived at the hospital, the girl was sitting on an exam table, drinking hot chocolate. She looked up as Miranda entered, her eyes calm and knowing. "Are you here to take me home?" she asked. "I'm here to help you," Miranda replied carefully. "Can you tell me what happened to you, Bella?" The girl set down her mug. "Elena isn't my real mom. I found my birth certificate in her drawer. My real mom died." Her voice was matter-of-fact, too adult for her years. "Elena takes things that aren't hers." "Did you run away from her?" Bella nodded. "I took the bus here to the hospital. I knew she'd be working. I wanted to talk to her boss to tell them what she did." She looked down at her stockinged feet. "But I got scared, so I hid." "For 3 days. There are lots of places to hide here, and I know where they keep the food." Something flickered in her eyes, pride perhaps. "I left the message for you to find, so you'd know." Miranda frowned. "The message in the basement, the feathers." Bella nodded. "Elena told me that house should have been hers, that the daughter didn't deserve it. She took me there once to show me." She paused. "The feathers were from my collection. I've been saving them. I knew they'd make you look." "And the note, she took the wings away." Bella's eyes filled with tears for the first time. "That's what my real mom used to call me, her little bird, her little one with wings." She wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. "Elena took me away from her. She took my wings." As dawn broke over Oak Ridge, casting long shadows across the quiet streets, Miranda sat in her car, report half finished on the seat beside her. 2 women now sat in cells at the station. Elena Garza for kidnapping, Patricia Morrison Wells for breaking and entering, and 1 small girl was in temporary foster care, waiting for relatives to be found. The case would make headlines, Miranda knew. A nurse who stole a child, a daughter robbed of her inheritance, a little girl wise beyond her years who had engineered her own rescue. But something still troubled her. Something about those feathers, carefully collected and spread across a basement floor. Something about a child who would go to such lengths, who would orchestrate such an elaborate scene. Miranda started her car, glancing once more at the rising sun. In her 28 years on the force, she'd learned one thing for certain. In Oak Ridge, as in all small towns, some mysteries never fully revealed themselves. Some questions lingered like feathers caught in the wind, visible for a moment, then gone. Crime 6, soft, plush, soundproof. The walls of the master bedroom closet were padded tightly with cushions. At first it looked like a strange attempt at insulation until they removed one and found blood underneath. Written in permanent marker, barely legible, "No more crying." They found Marion Walsh's home looking perfectly ordinary from the outside. A modest 2-story colonial in Lakewood, Ohio, with neatly trimmed hedges and a garden gnome by the front steps. The mailbox overflowing was what had prompted neighbors to call. 3 days of newspapers piling up on the porch. Marian was nothing if not methodical about her routines. At 56, Marian lived alone following her divorce 8 years prior. Her colleagues at Lakewood Community College, where she taught English literature for 23 years, described her as dependably pleasant. She brought homemade cookies to department meetings. She remembered everyone's birthdays. She wore cardigans in soft colors and kept her silver-streaked hair in a practical bob. Students found her approachable but not particularly memorable. Detective Eliza Reeves stood in Marian's living room on that gray Tuesday afternoon in November, noting how meticulously organized everything was. Books arranged by author alphabetically. Coasters placed at perfect intervals on the coffee table, not a speck of dust anywhere. The kitchen gleamed with barely used appliances. In the refrigerator, containers were labeled with contents and dates, everything in its place. Except Marian herself. Her car's still in the garage, Officer Peters said, flipping through his notepad. Purse and wallet on the entry table. Cell phone charging in the kitchen. No signs of forced entry. Detective Reeves nodded slowly, a faint crease forming between her eyebrows. When was she last seen? Friday afternoon. She waved to Mrs. Hernandez next door while collecting her mail. That was around 4:30 p.m. Reeves moved through the house, her trained eyes scanning for anything out of place in this temple to order and routine. Nothing seemed disturbed until she reached the second floor, where a subtle wrongness began to permeate the air. The master bedroom was as pristine as the rest of the house, bed made with hospital corners, not a single item out of place on the dresser. But there was something about the closet door that gave her pause. It was closed while every other door in the house stood open, and there was weather stripping around the frame, unusual for an interior door. When she turned the knob and pulled, the door opened with unusual heaviness, as if resistant to being disturbed. Inside, what should have been a normal walk-in closet had been transformed. Every inch of wall space was lined with pillows, decorative pillows, bed pillows, cushions that might have once belonged on patio furniture, all carefully attached to the walls with what appeared to be heavy-duty staples and duct tape. "What the hell?" Peters whispered beside her. The clothes hung neatly, color-coordinated from light to dark, but they had been pushed to one side, minimizing the space they occupied. The floor was covered with thick rugs, layered 3 deep. "Get CSI in here," Reeves said quietly. "Something's not right." When the crime scene technicians began carefully removing the pillows, they found the first blood spatter behind a floral cushion near the back corner. Not much, just a fine spray that might have been missed if not for the luminol. But as they removed more pillows, more blood emerged. And then the writing, crude letters scratched into the drywall with what looked like a ballpoint pen, reinforced with black marker. No more crying. Marian Walsh's neighbors expressed collective shock as police vehicles lined their quiet street for days. Mrs. Hernandez, a retired nurse who had lived next door for 15 years, sat in her living room with an untouched cup of tea growing cold between her trembling hands. Marian was reserved, private, but always kind, she told Detective Reeves. After her divorce from Richard, she seemed to come out of her shell a bit, started gardening more, joined the book club at the library. "Did she ever have visitors, friends, family?" Reeves asked. Mrs. Hernandez shook her head slowly. Her sister from Cincinnati would visit maybe twice a year, and there was a younger woman who started coming by on Sundays about, maybe 6 months ago. I assumed she was a former student or colleague. "Can you describe her?" "Thin, very thin, dark hair cut short, always wore sunglasses even on cloudy days, carried herself like someone much older, though she couldn't have been more than 30. As the investigation deepened, Marion's seemingly simple life revealed unexpected complexities. Her ex-husband Richard, now remarried and living in Florida, appeared genuinely shocked at the news. Marion liked everything just so, he said during a video interview. That's partly why we didn't work out. I couldn't breathe in that house without her rearranging something I'd touched. When asked about the pillow-lined closet, he shook his head in confusion. That doesn't sound like Marion at all. She was tidy, not whatever that is. The mystery deepened when police found a second phone hidden in Marion's nightstand drawer, an older model, prepaid, with only one number in its call history. The number belonged to Bate Amundsen, a 29-year-old woman who had been a patient at Lakewood Psychiatric Hospital until its closure 18 months prior. Bate lived in a small apartment above a laundromat 10 miles from Marion's home. When police arrived to question her, they found her sitting cross-legged on her bare mattress, staring at the wall. The apartment was nearly empty, no decorations, minimal furniture, no television or computer, just stacks of notebooks filled with tiny, cramped writing. Bate, Detective Reeves said gently after identifying herself. We need to talk about Marion Walsh. Bate didn't look away from the wall. She's quiet now, she whispered. Do you know where Marion is? A long pause stretched between them. Finally, Bate turned, her hollow eyes focusing somewhere past Reeves' shoulder. She took me in when they closed the hospital, said she had room, said she understood what it was like. What was like, Bate? To hear them all the time, the voices, Bate's thin fingers twisted in her lap. Marion heard them too, different ones than mine. Hers told her she was worthless, disgusting. Mine tell me secrets. Forensic technicians spent days processing Marion's home. Under blacklight, the bedroom closet revealed a horror story written in biological evidence. Blood, hair, fingernail scratches in the drywall behind the pillows, and something else, tiny remnants of duct tape adhesive around the inside door frame. Dr. Laurel Manning, the medical examiner, pieced together a disturbing theory. Based on the evidence, someone was restrained in that closet. The blood spatter patterns suggest multiple incidents of blunt force trauma. The pillows were likely installed to muffle sound. Detective Reeves stared at the crime scene photos spread across her desk. But where is Marion, victim or perpetrator? The investigation took a dramatic turn when police expanded their search to a storage unit rented under Marion's name. Inside, they found 13 journals, similar to Bates', filled with Marion's precise handwriting. The entries detailed her struggles with auditory hallucinations dating back 20 years. She'd managed them with medication until recent months when, according to her writings, the voices had become unbearable companions. The final journal entry, dated 3 days before her disappearance, read, Bate understands what must be done. The voices come from somewhere physical, nestled inside our skulls. They can be silenced permanently. We've practiced on the strays. Tomorrow is my turn for quiet. In Bates' apartment, forensic teams found traces of blood in the bathroom drain. Human blood matching Marion's type. Bate herself offered no resistance when they took her into custody, merely whispering, "She's not crying anymore." 6 weeks after Marion Walsh disappeared, hikers found partial human remains in the wooded area of Rocky River Reservation, 15 miles from Lakewood. Dental records confirmed they belonged to Marion. The medical examiner's report indicated sharp force trauma to the skull. The wound pattern matched a common household claw hammer, like the one found cleaned with bleach in Bates' apartment, with Marion's fingerprints still detectable on the handle. Bate Amundsen was charged with second-degree murder, but found incompetent to stand trial. She was committed to a state psychiatric facility, where she remains today. In sessions with psychiatrists, she consistently maintains that she and Marion had made a pact. Bate would quiet Marion's voices first, then Marion would do the same for her. The pillow-lined closet, investigators concluded, had been a testing ground, a place where Marion and Bate had experimented with methods to silence the voices in the stray cats they'd captured from the neighborhood. Marion's ex-husband later revealed that she had always been disturbed by any kind of noise, a sensitivity that had grown worse over the years of their marriage. Marion Walsh's home was sold a year after her death. The new owners renovated extensively, removing all traces of the previous occupant. But neighbors say that sometimes, on quiet nights, they imagine they can hear faint sounds coming from the direction of the master bedroom, like someone trying desperately not to make a sound. In Lakewood, Ohio, people still speak in hushed tones about the quiet English professor whose need for silence ultimately led to her own. Her students remember her with confusion, the unremarkable woman with carefully controlled lessons who never raised her voice. None of them ever suspected that beneath her calm exterior, Marion Walsh was drowning in a cacophony only she could hear. The pillows have been removed, the walls repainted, the closet returned to its ordinary purpose. But the mystery lingers in the minds of those who worked the case. What happened in those final moments between Marion and Bate? Which one of them truly wielded the hammer, and was the writing on the wall no more crying, a promise, a threat, or a terrible comfort? Some questions, like some voices, can never truly be silenced. Crime 7, every time the car reversed, the tires passed over it, barely noticeable unless you were looking. Underneath the metal panel was a staircase leading to a narrow hallway carved from concrete. On the walls, photos of strangers taped in rows. One of the faces had been crossed out with nail polish. In the quiet suburb of Mapleton, Connecticut, Benjamin Walsh had lived for 17 years. His neighbors described him as reserved but polite, the kind of man who shoveled his elderly neighbor's driveway after heavy snowfall, but rarely accepted invitations to backyard barbecues. He worked from home as a data analyst, his gray sedan leaving the driveway only for grocery runs and occasional weekend trips that no one questioned. At 43, Benjamin had the unremarkable appearance of someone you might pass in a shopping mall without a second glance. Average height, thinning brown hair always neatly combed, wire-rimmed glasses that he adjusted when conversations made him uncomfortable. He had moved to Mapleton after a divorce, though he rarely mentioned his ex-wife. The neighbors had never seen her visit, and over time they stopped asking about his personal life. Sarah Nielsen, who lived across the street, often noticed Benjamin's precise routines. His garbage cans were placed at the curb every Wednesday at exactly 8:15 p.m. The lights in his home office would turn off at 10:00 p.m., followed by his bedroom light at 10:30. His lawn was maintained with geometric precision. There was something comforting about his predictability, Sarah would later tell investigators. On Thursday, April 9, 2023, Benjamin's routine changed. His garage door opened at 3:17 a.m., an anomaly that caught the attention of Martin Delaney, an insomniac 2 doors down who happened to be walking his aging beagle. Martin watched as Benjamin loaded 3 large, heavy-looking trash bags into his trunk. When Benjamin noticed Martin, he waved casually, explaining that he was cleaning out his basement and had decided to get an early start. "Spring cleaning," Benjamin had said with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. My allergies are better in the early morning." Martin nodded and continued his walk, though something about the interaction left him uneasy. Later, he couldn't explain why the memory lingered, perhaps the uncharacteristic timing, or the way Benjamin's knuckles were raw and red in the glow of the garage light. Benjamin's car returned 3 hours later without the bags. The following day, his routine resumed its perfect rhythm. Garage door opening at 7:45 a.m., car returning at 6:10 p.m., lights out at 10:30. 2 weeks passed before Cassandra Moore was reported missing from her apartment in New Haven, 20 miles from Mapleton. At 32, Cassandra worked as an administrative assistant at Yale University. Her coworkers became concerned when she failed to show up for 3 consecutive days, something entirely out of character for the reliable, organized young woman. No calls, no emails, no response to increasingly worried text messages. Detective Alina Reeves was assigned to the case. With 23 years on the force, Alina approached each missing persons case with the same methodical attention. She collected Cassandra's phone records, interviewed colleagues and friends, and pieced together the last known movements of the missing woman. Cassandra had last been seen leaving a coffee shop near campus. Security footage showed her walking toward her car in the parking garage, checking her phone, then pausing to speak with someone off camera. She seemed relaxed, smiling even, suggesting she knew the person. Then she and the unknown individual walked out of frame. Her car remained in the garage for 3 days before campus security placed a citation on the windshield. When Alina reviewed Cassandra's text messages, she discovered an exchange with an unknown number. The conversation spanned several weeks, friendly at first, then increasingly familiar. The unknown texter had suggested meeting at the coffee shop. The number, when traced, led to a prepaid phone purchased with cash at a convenience store in Hartford. The investigation might have stalled there but for Cassandra's sister, Julia, who insisted on reviewing her laptop. Among Cassandra's files was a spreadsheet tracking her online dating interactions. The document was meticulous, with names, contact information, and brief notes about each person. One entry stood out: Ben W., data analyst, divorced, quiet but interesting, coffee on Tuesday. Alina ran a search for Ben W., data analyst, in the greater New Haven area. Among the results was Benjamin Walsh from Mapleton. His driver's license photo showed an unremarkable man with thinning hair and wire-rimmed glasses. When questioned, Benjamin confirmed meeting Cassandra once for coffee, but claimed they hadn't clicked romantically. He said they parted amicably and he hadn't contacted her again. His demeanor was calm, his answers direct. Nothing in his manner raised immediate suspicion. Alina noted that his home was immaculate, organized with the same precision neighbors had described. Still, something about the case kept her awake at night. It was Martin Delaney's statement about the trash bags that prompted Alina to request a search warrant for Benjamin's property. The judge was reluctant at first. The evidence was circumstantial at best. But when forensics found traces of blood in the trunk of Benjamin's car, despite meticulous cleaning, the warrant was granted. On a rainy Tuesday morning, the search team arrived at Benjamin's home. He stood silently on the front lawn as officers combed through his belongings. His face remained impassive, even as they entered the garage, their boots leaving muddy prints on the concrete floor he had swept just hours earlier. It was Officer Rodriguez who noticed it first, a slight indentation in the garage floor just beneath where the car's rear tires would rest. When he pressed on the metal panel, it gave slightly. Using a crowbar, they lifted what turned out to be a carefully disguised trapdoor. Beneath it, a staircase descended into darkness. As flashlights illuminated the space below, the officers fell silent. A narrow hallway stretched before them, carved from concrete and lined with photographs. Dozens of women's faces looked back at them, most unfamiliar. One face, third from the end, had been crossed out with red nail polish. It was Cassandra Moore. At the end of the hallway was a small room containing only a metal chair bolted to the floor, a camera on a tripod, and a collection of women's driver's licenses stored in plastic sleeves. In a filing cabinet, they found detailed journals, dates, locations, routines. Cassandra's name appeared in the most recent entry, alongside observations about her morning coffee order, her habit of twirling her hair when deep in thought, and the route she took from the parking garage to her office. Benjamin Walsh was arrested immediately. He offered no resistance, no explanation. As officers led him to the police car, Sarah Nielsen watched from her window across the street, trying to reconcile the image of her predictable neighbor with what the officers had discovered. When forensic teams excavated the wooded area where Benjamin's GPS showed he had driven the night Martin saw him with the trash bags, they found Cassandra's body. The medical examiner would later determine she had died from a combination of dehydration and exposure, having been kept alive in the underground room for several days before her death. As investigators dug deeper into Benjamin's past, they discovered a pattern of movement across 5 states over 15 years. In each location, women had gone missing, their cases unsolved, their bodies never found. The photographs on the wall told a story that Benjamin himself refused to share. He sat in interrogation rooms for hours, saying nothing beyond requesting a lawyer. Perhaps most disturbing was what investigators found in Benjamin's home office, a collection of ordinary-looking journals dating back 20 years. The entries detailed not just his victims, but everyday observations. Between notes about a woman he had followed for weeks were mundane entries about grocery shopping and home maintenance. The horror and the ordinary existed side by side in his mind, neither seeming to disturb the other. To this day, Benjamin Walsh has never explained why he crossed out Cassandra's photograph when the others remained unmarked, nor has he revealed the locations of the other women whose families still wait for answers. He sits in a maximum security prison, maintaining his silence, while investigators continue to match the faces on his wall to missing persons reports across the country. In Mapleton, Benjamin's house remains empty, the for sale sign swaying in the breeze. The new owners of the property will never know about the trapdoor. It was removed, the space beneath filled with concrete. But Sarah Nielsen still finds herself watching the house at night, thinking about the quiet neighbor whose predictable routines had once seemed so comforting. And somewhere in 5 different states, families of missing women wonder if their loved ones' faces hung on that concrete wall, waiting to be crossed out with red nail polish. Crime ate heavy and stiff. They didn't move with the breeze. Inside the fabric, thin copper wires had been stitched by hand. They led to a small device hidden in the curtain rod, still blinking. When powered off, the last file stored inside was a voice memo. A man repeating the same phrase, "She knows, she knows, she knows." Alina Matthijs was a creature of habit. Every morning at precisely 6:15, she would wake without an alarm, meditate for 12 minutes, and prepare her coffee, dark roast with a splash of almond milk, never sugar. The neighbors in the quiet Oak Ridge subdivision of Burlington, Vermont, knew they could set their watches by the soft yellow glow that would appear in her kitchen window. For 17 years, since moving in after her divorce, Alina had maintained this rhythm with almost mechanical precision. At 47, she had built a modest but respected life as a librarian at the Burlington Public Library, specializing in local history and archives. She spoke softly but confidently, with a slight smile that never quite reached her eyes. Those who knew her described her as pleasant, thoughtful, and intensely private. Few had ever been invited into her meticulously organized home, with its faded floral wallpaper and carefully arranged furniture that hadn't been updated since the 1990s. What most didn't know was that Alina kept journals, dozens of them, each leather-bound book filled with her neat, precise handwriting, documenting the minutiae of her days and, more significantly, her observations of others. She had an uncanny ability to notice things: a neighbor's new car before they mentioned it, a colleague's impending breakup before they knew themselves, the library director's gambling problem that no one else had detected. On Tuesday, March 8, 2023, the yellow light didn't appear in Alina's kitchen window. By Wednesday, when she failed to arrive for her shift at the library, her colleague Meredith Palmer called the police for a wellness check. Officer James Delaney would later recall the scene in his report: house secure, no signs of forced entry, interior orderly, coffee cup on counter prepared but never consumed, purse and keys present, no indication of struggle or departure. Alina Mathies had simply vanished. Detective Sarah Calhoun was assigned to the case 4 days later, when Alina's absence had officially become concerning. A woman in her mid-30s with a reputation for thoroughness, Calhoun began by interviewing the few people who intersected with Alina's carefully structured life. She kept to herself, Meredith told Detective Calhoun in the library's break room, but lately something was different. She seemed watchful. Last month I found her in the archives room just staring at the security camera. When I asked if she needed help, she smiled that smile of hers and said, "I've been thinking about what we leave behind, the traces." Alina's ex-husband, Martin Mathies, now remarried and living in Boston, expressed genuine confusion. "We haven't spoken in years. The divorce was her idea, said she needed space to become herself. Never really understood what that meant." He paused before adding, "Alina always noticed too much. It made people uncomfortable sometimes, the way she'd observe and remember, like she was collecting information." The investigation might have stalled there, classified as a voluntary disappearance of an adult with no signs of foul play. But on day 9, Detective Calhoun obtained a warrant to search Alina's home more thoroughly after library records showed Alina had been researching a series of unsolved disappearances from the 1970s in counties surrounding Burlington. That's when they found the curtains. The techs noticed it first, Calhoun would later explain. The curtains in her home office were lined with something that made them hang oddly. When we examined them, we discovered copper wiring sewn into the hems, connected to a small recording device hidden in the curtain rod. It was still operational, running on battery power. The device contained months of audio recordings, capturing conversations both inside and outside Alina's home. Most were mundane: birds chirping, occasional traffic, the mailman delivering packages. But scattered throughout were recordings of hushed phone conversations from the house next door, belonging to Dr. Robert Chambers, a respected neurologist at Burlington Medical Center. Dr. Chambers, a widower in his 50s who had moved to the neighborhood 3 years prior, expressed shock when confronted with this information. "I barely knew Ms. Mathies," he insisted. "We exchanged pleasantries occasionally, nothing more. Why would she record my conversations?" The answer lay in Alina's journals. In entries dating back 18 months, she had documented increasingly suspicious behaviors observed through her kitchen window, which faced Dr. Chambers' home. Late-night visitors, unusual packages, strange chemical smells, and most disturbing, a pattern of young women visiting and appearing disoriented when they left. "I believe he's drugging them," she had written in one entry. "Patient consultations don't explain the pattern. Something isn't right about Robert Chambers. No one else sees it. No one else is watching." The final journal entry, dated March 7, the night before Alina disappeared, was brief but chilling. "He saw me today. Our eyes met through the window as he was helping a young woman into his car. She could barely stand. He knows that I know. I've collected enough evidence now. Tomorrow I'll take everything to Detective Calhoun." When police searched Dr. Chambers' home, they discovered a hidden room in his basement. Inside were medical equipment, various pharmaceutical compounds, and a collection of personal items: hair brushes, earrings, a lipstick tube, small trophies that belonged to 8 different women who had reported memory loss and disorientation after appointments with him over the past 3 years. But of Alina Matthijs they found no trace. Dr. Chambers was arrested on multiple charges related to drugging his patients, but maintained his innocence regarding Alina's disappearance. "Yes, I knew she was watching me," he admitted during interrogation. "And yes, I was experimenting with memory-altering compounds on select patients, but I never harmed Alina Matthijs. The night she disappeared, I was performing surgery at Burlington Medical. 20 witnesses can confirm this." Hospital records corroborated his alibi. Security footage showed him entering the hospital at 7 p.m. on March 7 and not leaving until 9 a.m. on March 8. During this time, Alina Matthijs had vanished without a trace. The investigation took another unexpected turn when forensic analysis of Alina's computer revealed she had been in contact with someone using encrypted messaging. Someone who claimed to have information about Dr. Chambers' activities dating back decades to previous cities where he had practiced. The messages stopped abruptly on March 5 with a final exchange. "Unknown, he has powerful friends. They protect him. They always have. Alina, I have evidence now, real evidence. Unknown, be careful, they're watching too." 3 weeks after Alina's disappearance, Detective Calhoun received an unmarked package at the police station containing a USB drive. On it was a single audio file, a recording from Alina's device that hadn't been recovered initially. The quality was poor but distinguishable. Alina's voice: "I know what you've done all these years." A different male voice, not Dr. Chambers, "and yet you kept quiet until now. Why, Alina? I needed to be certain. I needed proof." Male voice: "The good doctor has powerful friends, Ms. Matthijs, friends who prefer certain matters remain private." Alina: "Is that why you're here, to threaten me?" Male voice: "To offer you a choice." The recording ended there. Forensic analysis determined the male voice belonged to William Brennan, a lawyer representing the hospital board. When questioned, Brennan acknowledged meeting with Alina, but claimed she was alive and well when he left. She was considering the settlement we offered in exchange for her discretion regarding certain administrative irregularities she had discovered. A year has passed since Alina Matthijs disappeared. Dr. Chambers is serving a 15-year sentence for his crimes against his patients, though he maintains his innocence in Alina's case. William Brennan continues to practice law, the investigation finding insufficient evidence to charge him with any crime. The yellow light no longer appears in the kitchen window of Alina's house, which remains unsold, a silent monument to the woman who watched and documented and noticed too much. Her journals are now evidence in an ongoing investigation, their pages revealing a mind that cataloged the darkness hiding behind normal facades. Sometimes residents of Oak Ridge subdivision report seeing a light moving through Alina's house at night, though police investigations find no one inside. Others claimed to hear the soft click of typewriter keys, though no typewriter was ever found among her possessions. The curtains with their sewn-in wires have been removed as evidence, but occasionally, late at night, electronics in the neighboring houses experience unexplained interference, brief static on the radio, televisions turning on by themselves, phones recording fragments of silence. As if someone is still listening, still gathering evidence, still watching. The case of Alina Matthijs remains officially classified as an unsolved disappearance. Crime 9, the property was only zoned for one burial and the headstone was clearly marked, but ground-penetrating radar told a different story. 7 distinct depressions, all evenly spaced, each with something buried 3 feet down. The first grave they dug held only a single item, a phone, still buzzing with missed calls. Alina Winters had lived in Ashford, Massachusetts for all of her 68 years. She was known in the small town of 4,200 as a quiet woman who kept to herself after her husband Theo passed away in 2018. Their modest Cape Cod-style home sat on a 2-acre property at the edge of town, partially hidden by old oak trees and an overgrown hedge that hadn't been properly maintained since Theo's death. The neighbors rarely saw Alina after the funeral. She stopped attending the community garden club meetings and declined invitations to holiday gatherings. Those who encountered her at the local grocery store described her as distant and changed. She would nod politely but avoid conversation. Most assumed she was still grieving, and they respected her need for privacy. Alina's only regular visitor was her nephew, Daniel Winters, who would drive up from Boston every few weeks to check on her. According to those who knew the family, Daniel had always been close with his aunt and uncle, spending summers at their house as a child when his parents' marriage was falling apart. He was such a thoughtful young man, Mrs. Abernathy, the neighbor across the street, would later tell detectives. Always bringing groceries, fixing things around the house. Alina seemed to brighten up when he visited. I thought it was so sweet how he looked after her. Daniel, 34 years old, worked as an IT specialist in Boston. He lived alone in a small apartment and had few friends. His colleagues described him as competent but withdrawn, someone who never joined them for happy hours or shared details about his personal life. His manager would later report that Daniel often requested time off with little notice, explaining he needed to help his elderly aunt. The case began on October 12, 2023, when Alina's sister, Margaret, called the Ashford Police Department requesting a wellness check. She hadn't been able to reach Alina by phone for nearly 2 weeks, which was unusual. The sisters normally spoke every Sunday afternoon. Officer James Holloway arrived at the property at 3:17 p.m. The fall air was crisp, leaves crunching beneath his boots as he made his way up the winding gravel driveway. The house appeared well maintained from the outside. Curtains were drawn across all windows. No newspapers piled up on the porch. The lawn had been recently mowed. Officer Holloway knocked on the front door and waited. After several attempts and calls of police department, wellness check, he tried the doorknob. It was unlocked. The interior of the house was immaculate. Every surface dusted, floors vacuumed, dishes put away. It looked lived in but unusually tidy for an elderly woman living alone. There was no sign of Alina. In the kitchen, Officer Holloway found a calendar hanging beside the refrigerator. The last entry was marked Daniel visiting on September 28th. That was 15 days earlier. As he continued through the house, Officer Holloway noted nothing obviously suspicious. until he entered the master bedroom and found Alina's purse, wallet, and prescription medications on the nightstand. Her phone charger was plugged into the wall, but her phone was missing. People don't typically leave home without their purse and medications, Officer Holloway would later testify. Especially not elderly individuals. That's when I knew something wasn't right. He called for backup and began a more thorough search of the property. Behind the house, a small family cemetery plot contained a single headstone, Theodore Winters, 1950-2018. Beloved husband. It was common in rural Massachusetts for older properties to have small family burial plots. The Winters had obtained a special permit when they purchased the home in the 1980s. While waiting for additional officers to arrive, Holloway walked the perimeter of the property. That's when he noticed something unusual about the ground behind the garden shed. The earth seemed disturbed, as if it had been recently dug up and replaced. The area was approximately 6 feet by 3 feet, the dimensions of a grave. By nightfall, Detective Meredith Chen had arrived to lead the investigation. Within hours, she had obtained a warrant to search the property and ordered ground-penetrating radar equipment from the state police. The results were disturbing. 7 distinct anomalies appeared on the radar, each approximately 3 feet deep, arranged in a neat row behind the garden shed. Each depression was nearly identical in size and depth. It looked methodical, Detective Chen would later say, too precise to be random or natural. Someone had deliberately buried 7 items of similar size at equal distances apart. The first excavation revealed not a body, but a smartphone in a waterproof bag. It was still charged and functional. When Detective Chen powered it on, notifications for 43 missed calls lit up the screen. It was Alina's phone, the one missing from her bedroom. The second grave contained another phone, this one older and belonging to a man named Richard Porter. A quick search revealed Porter had been reported missing from a neighboring town in April of that year. He was 72 and suffered from early-stage dementia. His family had assumed he had wandered off and gotten lost. The third grave yielded another phone and a small leather wallet containing an ID for Patricia Lawson, age 64, reported missing in January. With each excavation, the pattern became clearer. 7 graves, 7 phones, 7 missing persons, all elderly, all vulnerable, all from surrounding communities within a 30-mile radius. The most recent phone belonged to Alina herself. But where were the bodies? As news of the discovery spread through Ashford, residents began to recall strange details about Alina and Daniel's relationship. Mrs. Abernathy remembered hearing arguments coming from the house during Daniel's visits. Another neighbor recalled seeing Daniel carrying heavy garbage bags to his car late at night on several occasions. "I assumed he was helping clean out the attic or something," the neighbor said. Alina had been talking about downsizing for years. Police tracked Daniel's phone to a motel just outside of Portland, Maine. When they apprehended him, he was calm and cooperative. Too calm, the arresting officers noted. In his motel room, they found a notebook filled with names, dates, and locations. The 7 names matched the owners of the phones discovered in Alina's backyard, but there were 15 additional names as well, with dates stretching back 3 years. Alina's name was on the list, dated September 29, 2023, the day after his last visit marked on her calendar. During questioning, Daniel remained silent for hours before finally asking a single question: "Have you found my aunt yet?" Detective Chen replied truthfully, "No, we haven't. We've only found her phone." Daniel smiled slightly. "Then you never will." A search of Daniel's apartment in Boston revealed a hidden compartment in his closet containing jewelry, watches, and personal items belonging to each of the 7 individuals whose phones were buried on Alina's property. Financial records showed small but regular withdrawals from their accounts after their disappearances, never enough to trigger fraud alerts, but accumulating to significant amounts over time. The most disturbing discovery came when forensic technicians analyzed Daniel's computer. His browser history revealed extensive research on human decomposition, methods of disposal, and techniques for accessing financial accounts belonging to deceased individuals. He had visited numerous forums discussing perfect crimes and had downloaded several academic papers on dissolving organic matter using chemicals. In his bathroom, traces of lye and other corrosive chemicals were found in the drains. Yet despite extensive searches, no human remains were ever discovered. Not on Alina's property, not in Daniel's apartment, not anywhere investigators looked. As the investigation continued, the truth about Alina and Daniel's relationship emerged through interviews with distant family members. Daniel's childhood visits to his aunt and uncle weren't as idyllic as neighbors believed. Theodore had been strict to the point of abusive, and Alina had enabled her husband's behavior. Daniel had been sent to them not during his parents' divorce, but as punishment when he exhibited troubling behavior as a child. He talked about revenge sometimes, Daniel's mother admitted during questioning, about making them pay someday, but I never imagined he would actually do anything. 6 months after his arrest, Daniel Winters was charged with 7 counts of murder, despite the absence of bodies. The prosecution built their case on the overwhelming circumstantial evidence, the buried phones, the financial fraud, the detailed research on his computer. Daniel maintained his silence throughout the trial, speaking only once during proceedings. When asked directly about Alina's whereabouts, he replied, "She's exactly where she deserves to be." The jury deliberated for just 4 hours before returning with a guilty verdict on all counts. To this day, the bodies of Alina Winters and the 6 other victims have never been found. The chemical purchases in Daniel's research suggest a method of disposal that left no recoverable remains. Occasionally, residents of Ashford report seeing an elderly woman walking near the edge of the property at dusk, but investigators have dismissed these sightings as the product of a community still processing its collective trauma. The house remains empty, the property untouched. The only evidence that anything happened there are 7 small depressions in the earth behind the garden shed, gradually filling in with time and weather, and a single, legally permitted headstone bearing Theodore Winters' name. Some nights, if you drive slowly past the property, you might hear the faint sound of a phone ringing from somewhere deep underground. At least that's what the locals say, but no one stops to listen. No one wants to hear who might answer. Story 10, the town kept silent about the mysterious house on the outskirts of the woods. It stood solitary, its windows dark, its porch worn with age. No one laid claim to it. No one could recall its builder. But when a group of hikers strayed too near, they stumbled upon an eerie sight, names etched into the wooden walls, carved deeply like ominous messages. At the very bottom, fresh and untouched, was a name unfamiliar to all, until a trembling voice among them whispered, "That's mine." In the dead of night, a call came through to dispatch, logged as a routine trespassing incident. The caller was Mason Wright, the head hiker who had found his name engraved on the abandoned house. The responding officers anticipated mere mischief, perhaps a prank among friends, but what they unearthed defied all logic. Detective Sarah Keller arrived as twilight engulfed the forest. Her flashlight pierced the shadows, revealing the weathered front of the house. The names 27 in total stretched vertically down the eastern wall. Some had faded with time, blending into the gray wood. Others remained sharp, as if freshly carved. And at the base, Mason Wright, the cut still smelling faintly of sawdust. "I've never set foot here before," Mason protested, his breath forming mist in the chilly air. "I can't fathom how anyone would know my name." The investigation kicked off with background checks on each name inscribed. The findings sent shivers down the spines of the detective team. Every name belonged to someone reported missing in the past 4 decades. Some cases had gone cold, others were still active, but they all shared a chilling commonality: the individuals had vanished while hiking alone. Forensic analysts meticulously photographed each carving, noting the depths, techniques, and weathering. The oldest name, Rebecca Hansen, dated back to a missing persons case from 37 years prior. The files recounted a young woman who ventured into those very woods and never returned, leaving behind only a lone hiking boot by a stream. Detective Keller extensively interviewed Mason. His account remained constant. He had no ties to the area beyond this particular hiking trip with 4 college pals. They had selected the trail randomly, spurred by an online recommendation. Nothing in his past connected him to the other names on the wall. The focus of the investigation shifted to Mason's companions. Emily Chen, the group's photographer, provided snapshots taken during their hike. Upon scrutinizing the images, analysts noticed a disconcerting detail: a blurry figure lurking in the background of 3 separate photos. The silhouette resembled a tall, slender man, always partly obscured by trees. "We never encountered anyone else on the trail," Emily asserted. "We would have remembered." Detective Keller ordered a search of the house's interior. Though the structure appeared deserted, covered in dust, furniture in disarray, a chilling discovery awaited in the basement. Personal effects of the missing hikers were meticulously arranged on wooden shelves: watches, backpacks, cameras, wallets, each item labeled with a name matching those on the exterior wall. Technicians painstakingly documented every piece. Under ultraviolet light, bloodstains emerged on the concrete floor, stains attempted to be scrubbed away over the years. While ground-penetrating radar revealed no bodies buried beneath the house, cadaver dogs repeatedly signaled near the densest part of the forest at the rear of the property. As the investigation deepened, Detective Keller observed peculiar behavior from Mason Wright. He began reporting strange incidents: whispers outside his apartment, footprints leading to his door but not away, shadowy figures observing from the street. A police officer was assigned to protect him, yet Mason's paranoia escalated. The breakthrough came with the unearthing of land records in county archives. The house had belonged to a reclusive hunter named Victor Blackwood. Neighbors seldom glimpsed him, recounting brief encounters with an unsettlingly tall, thin man who shunned conversation. Blackwood vanished without a trace 15 years ago, his disappearance left uninvestigated. Detective Keller secured a warrant to delve deeper into the surrounding forest. The search team stumbled upon a network of crude hunting blinds strategically positioned along popular hiking routes. Within one blind, they discovered a journal brimming with meticulous observations, details of hikers, their paths, gear, and habits. The handwriting matched samples from Victor Blackwood's scant documents. The journal entries grew increasingly disturbing over time, transitioning from hunting animals to hunting humans, their routines, weaknesses, and techniques for their collection. The final pages intricately chronicled the stalking of each victim on the wall, complete with elaborate selection methods. A manhunt for Blackwood spanned multiple jurisdictions. Helicopters equipped with thermal imaging combed the forest. Tactical units meticulously scoured every crevice and cavern, yet the suspect remained elusive. Mason Wright ceased answering calls. Officers dispatched to his apartment found it vacant, the door unlocked. On his bedroom wall, a fresh carving read, "The hunter becomes the hunted." The search for Mason persisted fruitlessly for weeks. Then, during a secondary sweep of Blackwood's house, forensic technicians made a ghastly find. Concealed behind a false wall in the basement was a small workshop stocked with woodworking tools, jars of preservatives, and a freshly carved wooden piece bearing a new name not yet affixed to the exterior wall. Detective Keller recognized the name instantly. It belonged to the head forensic technician who had processed the house during the initial investigation. The technician had called in sick that morning and was unreachable by phone. Authorities established a vigilant perimeter around the house. Cameras monitored every approach. Motion sensors alerted to intrusions. The trap was set. 3 nights later, sensors triggered an alarm. Security footage captured a figure emerging from the forest, impossibly tall and slender, moving with uncanny grace. As tactical teams closed in, the cameras briefly lost connection. When the feed resumed, the figure had vanished. To this day, the house remains under constant surveillance. Mason Wright and the forensic technician were never located. The investigation persists, with additional resources allocated as similar disappearances are reported in other wooded areas. The names on the wall have become the stuff of legend among law enforcement. Some officers refuse to utter them aloud, others steer clear of the case entirely. And local hikers now skirt around the house, fearful that merely speaking of it might result in their names being added to that dreaded list, the names no one dares to mention. Story 11. The aged envelope, its corners tinged with yellow, bore a fresh stamp, as if it had just begun its journey. Delicately, the detective unfolded it. Inside lay a single sheet of paper, bearing a message typed in a rush, its letters uneven and hurried. "I am sorry for what I did." The paper felt damp to the touch, a faint scent of iron lingering in the air. Only upon closer inspection did she notice a reddish smear along the bottom edge, a stark contrast to the white sheet. It wasn't ink staining the paper. Detective Sarah Morgan, with gloved hands, carefully placed the letter in an evidence bag, her movements precise and practiced. The forensics team's findings confirmed her suspicions. The reddish stain was human blood, a match to DNA from an unsolved homicide case that had plagued the department for years. The victim, a young journalist named Rebecca Warren, had been discovered in her apartment, life ended by multiple stab wounds. Her laptop missing, her notes scattered, hinting that her demise might be linked to an unfinished story. Despite tireless efforts, the case had grown cold, the truth eluding them. And now this letter had materialized at the precinct, addressed simply to the Homicide Division. Few fingerprints marked the paper and envelope, only faint smudges hinting at gloved hands. The postmark, however, provided a rare light after months of stagnation. Gathering her team in the dimly lit briefing room, Detective Morgan pinned the image of the letter at the heart of the board, adorned with grim reminders of past failures. "This changes everything," she announced to the somber room. "Our perpetrator shows signs of remorse." Detective James Chen, her longtime partner in the investigation, scrutinized the letter thoughtfully. "Or perhaps they wish us to believe so," he countered. "The blood could be a ruse, a twisted game to mock us." Tracing the unique typewriter impressions to a model long out of production, the forensics team embarked on a hunt, reaching out to antique aficionados far and wide. As the investigation gained traction, they delved into Rebecca's life, unearthing her relentless pursuit of truth and justice. Her latest venture had delved into a wealthy family entwined in local politics, embroiled in disputes following the patriarch's passing. Interviews with her boyfriend, Michael Barnes, unveiled subtle shifts in his demeanor since the letter's arrival: anxiety, trembling hands, and a revelation that Rebecca had feared being followed. Amidst their inquiries, a second letter materialized, bearing the same typewritten script and chilling bloodstains. This time the message delved deeper. She possessed knowledge about the family, about the inheritance, about the patriarch's demise. My intentions never reached such dire ends. An exploration of the deceased patriarch's mansion led them to his son Richard, whose antique collection included vintage typewriters. Richard's responses felt rehearsed, his demeanor unnervingly composed. Breakthrough arrived when microscopic fibers on the envelopes matched stationery owned solely by the family's youngest, Eleanor. A hidden chamber in Richard's abode unveiled a trove of incriminating evidence: newspaper clippings, surveillance materials, and a vintage typewriter identical to the one used in the sinister letters. Blood analysis confirmed it belonged to Rebecca. Unexpectedly, a link emerged between Richard and Michael through financial transactions preceding Rebecca's demise. Confronted, Michael's facade crumbled. Rebecca discovered Richard's treachery, his scheme to hasten his father's inheritance through poison, he confessed. I informed Richard of her findings, only intending to intimidate her. I never fathomed he would resort to murder. Eleanor surfaced with a crucial recording, capturing Richard and Michael plotting Rebecca's silence. Richard's voice rang out clear: she must be silenced permanently. Attempting to flee, Richard was apprehended, with the prosecution building a case around the damning letters, the typewriter, financial trails, and Eleanor's recording. Michael struck a deal, offering testimony in exchange for leniency. At trial, Richard vehemently denied guilt, accusing Michael of framing him. But the evidence spoke louder than words. The jury swiftly delivered a guilty verdict, sealing Richard's fate. As he was escorted away, Detective Morgan approached Rebecca's grieving parents, offering solace in the form of justice served. The blood-stained letters found a resting place in evidence storage, a haunting reminder that even the most meticulously orchestrated crimes leave behind traces, and that remorse, whether genuine or feigned, can unravel the most cunning of murderers. Rebecca Warren's case stood as a testament in detective training, a lesson that breakthroughs can arise from humble sources: a vintage typewriter and the burden of guilt weighing heavily on a killer's soul. Story 12. In the quiet anticipation of impending parenthood, she felt the urge to refresh the nursery, a sanctuary for the new life about to enter their world. The walls, once painted in a soft, faded blue, held the whispers of years gone by within their layers. As she carefully applied the first strokes of crisp white paint, a hidden mystery began to unravel. Beneath the surface, faint letters emerged, almost as if beckoning to be seen. With each passing moment, the message grew clearer: don't let it hear you. A shiver ran down her spine as she took a step back, her eyes widening in disbelief. There, imprinted in the fresh paint, were tiny handprints too high for any child to have reached. The revelation within the nursery of the Morgan residence marked the genesis of what would later be known as the Whispering House case. The young couple had acquired the Victorian-style home at a remarkably low price, unaware of the shadows that lurked within its walls. Detective Sarah Klein, her notebook poised for investigation, approached the residence, greeted by a pregnant woman clad in paint-splattered overalls. Fatigue lingered beneath the woman's eyes, telling a tale of sleepless nights and mounting unease. With trembling hands, she recounted the unsettling discovery of the message and the ghostly handprints on the wall. The narrative unfolded further as the woman shared that the previous occupants had vanished without a trace, leaving under the cloak of night with only essentials in tow. Detective Klein traversed the aged corridors of the historic home, the echoes of her footsteps mingling with the whispers of the past. In the nursery, she scrutinized the cryptic message and the childlike handprints left in haste. The unsettling air hung heavy around her, urging her to delve deeper into the mysteries veiled by time. Back at the precinct, Detective Klein delved into the property's records, unearthing a troubling pattern of transient ownership and haunting tales. Child welfare reports painted a grim picture, with whispers of unseen entities and spectral presences haunting the youngest occupants of the house. A deeper dive into the historical annals unveiled the enigmatic figure of Eleanor Blackwood, a widow who once ran an orphanage within the very walls of the residence. The detective's inquiry led to a chilling revelation that 5 children under Eleanor's care had inexplicably vanished, leaving behind a legacy of unanswered questions. As the investigation unfolded, a sinister truth began to take shape, linking the eerie messages on the walls to a dark chapter in the house's past. The specter of Eleanor's twisted experiments loomed large, her quest for eternal life entwined with the tragic fates of the orphaned children. With unwavering determination, Detective Klein pursued the truth, unearthing a macabre secret hidden beneath the basement floor. The discovery of 5 small sets of remains, encircled by the echoes of a bygone tragedy, sent a shiver through all who bore witness to the grim reality. The luminol's eerie glow illuminated the nursery walls, revealing a haunting tapestry of handprints etched by lost souls yearning to break free from their spectral prison. As the case drew to a close, the victims found solace in a long-overdue burial, their names etched in history as innocent lives lost to a malevolent force. The house, tainted by the echoes of past horrors, stood silent and forsaken, a testament to the darkness that once dwelled within its walls. Detective Klein's final report bore witness to the unexplainable, the lingering presence that defied all attempts at closure. The nursery walls, once witnesses to unspeakable tragedy, crumbled away in silence, a solemn requiem for the souls that had once sought refuge within its confines. The house, now condemned and forgotten, stood as a testament to the enduring mysteries of the human spirit, its whispers echoing through the annals of time, a chilling reminder that some secrets are destined to remain buried in the shadows. Story 13. It started with a pocket dial, a glitch in the vast expanse of digital communication. Just static and muffled sounds at first, easily dismissed by the operator on duty. But then a voice broke through the interference, a woman's voice whispering urgently into the void. "He's here." And then silence descended like a heavy curtain, shrouding the mystery in darkness. The number linked to an empty house, a relic frozen in time, abandoned and forgotten by the world. No signs of forced entry, no disturbances in the stillness that pervaded the air. Yet in the forgotten kitchen, amidst the layers of dust and neglect, there sat a phone, innocuous yet pulsating with an eerie glow. The call had been made mere minutes ago, a ghostly echo of the past reaching out to the present. Detective Morgan Reed found herself drawn into the enigma, her curiosity piqued by the haunting whisper that lingered in the air, desperate, terrified, and inexplicable. The abandoned property had once belonged to the Sullivan family, their tragic tale woven into the very fabric of the house. A devastating fire had torn through the west wing, forcing them to flee, leaving behind memories tainted by ash and sorrow. As Morgan delved deeper into the shadows of the past, she uncovered a tangled web of secrets and lies. The number traced back to Catherine Sullivan, the daughter who had met a tragic end in a car accident 3 years prior. How could her phone be making calls from a place long abandoned, a place where time stood still? The forensic team scoured the house for clues, but the answers remained elusive, slipping through their fingers like smoke. The phone, the only link to the mysterious call, revealed nothing but cryptic whispers trapped in its digital memory. No fingerprints, no footprints, no tangible evidence to grasp onto in the shifting sands of the case. The recording, those 11 seconds of static and breath, became a siren call, drawing Morgan and her partner, Detective Walsh, into a labyrinth of the unknown. Voice analysis confirmed the impossible, that the whisper belonged to Catherine Sullivan, her voice echoing from beyond the grave with haunting precision. Interviews with those who had known Catherine only deepened the mystery. Her father, her mother, her boyfriend at the time of her death, all haunted by the specter of her voice, by the echoes of a past they thought buried. And then a breakthrough, a journal unearthed from the depths of Catherine's belongings, a chronicle of her descent into darkness. The pages spoke of love turned to control, of fear lurking in the shadows, of a chilling premonition that something sinister loomed on the horizon. Confronted with the damning evidence, Catherine's boyfriend, Mark Jennings, crumbled under the weight of his own deceit. The journal, the buried phone, the whispers of the past, they painted a portrait of a man consumed by obsession, by a darkness that had festered in the depths of his soul. The truth, when it finally emerged, was a revelation cloaked in tragedy. Catherine's death had not been a mere accident, a twist of fate on a lonely road. It had been a deliberate act, orchestrated by a man driven by twisted desires and a need to silence the truth. As the pieces of the puzzle fell into place, a chilling realization dawned. Mark's crimes extended far beyond Catherine. The shadows of his past stretched like tendrils, ensnaring other unsuspecting victims in a web of deceit and death. The final act played out in the quiet stillness of the abandoned house, where Mark sat in silent contemplation, his gaze fixed on a phone identical to Catherine's. The echoes of her voice, of her unspoken accusations, reverberated in the air, a ghostly testament to the horrors that had unfolded. In the end, justice prevailed, not through supernatural means, but through the unwavering pursuit of truth. Mark's conviction brought closure to a chapter stained with blood and betrayal, a chapter written in the whispers of a ghost long gone. And as the phone from the abandoned house sat in the evidence locker, a silent sentinel to the past, the echoes of Catherine's story lingered on a reminder that even in the depths of darkness, the voices of the silenced will always find a way to be heard. Story 14, The Enigmatic Manor. The new owners brushed it off as a mere peculiarity, the crackling of the old intercom late at night, a relic of the past, revamped but left in obscurity. Then on a solitary night, the husband, compelled by curiosity, pressed the button. A faint whisper sputtered through the speaker. "Why have you returned?" Startled, he recoiled, hands trembling. His wife, positioned behind him, murmured, "I never uttered those words." The Victorian manor stood amidst ancient oak trees, its aged facade contrasting with the modernized interior. Daniel and Meredith Parker had acquired the property at a surprisingly modest price, despite the real estate agent's uneasy demeanor during the tour. The intercom system, a vintage amenity linking all chambers, had captivated the history-loving couple. Detective Sarah Reeves arrived at the manor, gravel crunching beneath her unmarked car's tires. The call had hinted at a potential break-in, but a subtle undertone in the dispatcher's voice suggested a deeper narrative. Daniel Parker, a tall figure with a visible pallor, welcomed her at the entrance, the dim porch light casting a somber glow. It all began with the intercom, he recounted, guiding Detective Reeves through the grand foyer. Initially just static, then whispers, evolving into coherent sentences. My wife dismissed it as my imagination until she heard it too. In the living room, Meredith sat rigid on an antique sofa, hands clasping a steaming mug left untouched. We stumbled upon something hidden behind the wall, she disclosed abruptly. Daniel intended to expand the kitchen pantry, and when he removed the drywall, her voice wavered. Concealed in decaying plastic, they unearthed a small leather-bound journal. Detective Reeves, adorned with gloves, delicately unfolded its fragile pages. The script, graceful yet frenzied, belonged to a certain Alina, the presumed former proprietor. The entries chronicled her mounting suspicion that her spouse, Vincent, harbored malevolent intentions towards her. The last entry was 30 years old, Daniel elaborated. After that, silence. The previous owners mentioned purchasing it from an elderly man who relocated to a retirement community. Further investigation confirmed that Vincent and Alina Blackwood had indeed resided in the house. Records indicated Vincent sold the property shortly after Alina purportedly departed. No divorce proceedings, no change of address, no financial transactions in Alina's name post the final journal entry date. Detective Reeves mobilized a team to meticulously scrutinize the premises. Ground-penetrating radar unveiled anomalies beneath the garden shed's concrete foundation. As investigators breached the decades-old concrete, the truth materialized in the form of human remains. Forensic analysis affirmed the skeleton belonged to a woman in her 40s, exhibiting signs of blunt force trauma to the skull. A gold wedding band discovered among the remains bore an inscription, "To Alina, my eternal love." The case against Vincent Blackwood swiftly accumulated. Aged and residing in a care facility, Vincent comprehended the charges levied against him. His response, when confronted with the evidence, sent shivers down even the seasoned detective's spine. "She wouldn't cease her prattle," Vincent uttered, his voice unsettlingly composed. "Always babbling through that cursed intercom, monitoring me, interrogating me. I disconnected it, but she reconnected it herself. Claimed she desired perpetual access to me, regardless of my whereabouts in the house." He gazed up, eyes vacant. "I simply yearned for silence." During his admission, Vincent divulged his meticulously crafted ruse of Alina deserting him, even dispatching postcards to neighbors from various locales, inscribed in forged penmanship. He had resided in the house for years following, treading daily over the concrete concealing his deceased wife. The trial concluded swiftly, with Vincent pleading guilty to murder. The presiding judge noted the premeditated nature of the crime and the decades-long deceit that ensued. Daniel and Meredith eventually divested the property, unable to endure its grim past. Before departing, they held a commemoration for Alina in the restored garden post the investigation. The intercom system was dismantled by subsequent owners during renovations. Workers recounted hearing static and whispers during the extraction, attributing it to their power tools' interference. Detective Reeves revisited the Blackwood case file for a final time before its archival. As she sealed the manila folder, she contemplated how the house itself had seemingly transcended time to unveil its enigma. The judiciary had finally caught up with Vincent Blackwood, all thanks to Alina finding a means to make herself heard. Dubbed the house that responded, the case became a legend among local law enforcement. Occasionally, Detective Reeves would drive past the manor on her way home. She never halted but would decelerate, windows slightly ajar, attuned to whispers carried by the wind. Story 15. She stood before the mirror, delicate fingers wiping away the veils of steam, revealing her own reflection. Yet in that familiar visage a subtle discord lingered. Her features appeared unchanged, her attire consistent, but a disquiet whispered through the looking glass. A fleeting movement caught in the periphery of her vision, a presence unfelt but undeniable. As she turned from the mirror, her reflection defied expectation, unmoving, observing. This eerie encounter marked the beginning of Rebecca Thorne's enigmatic journey. What transpired next would bewilder investigators and cast a shadow over the tranquil community for years to come. In a modest abode nestled within a serene suburban enclave, Rebecca dwelled alone. Known to her acquaintances as meticulous and reticent, she maintained a solitary existence while maintaining amicable relations with her neighbors. Her occupation as a data analyst for a mid-sized firm dictated a life governed by routine and precision. There was nothing in her demeanor to suggest that she would emerge as the focal point of one of the most baffling criminal inquiries in recent memory. The initial disturbances seemed benign. Trifling items within her dwelling appeared subtly displaced, no possessions missing, only rearranged. A mug shifted to a different shelf, books repositioned, her toothbrush adrift on the wrong side of the sink. These peculiar incidents, initially disregarded as absent-minded lapses, manifested as consequences of prolonged hours immersed in the glow of fluorescent lights, poring over spreadsheets until the world blurred before her eyes. Detective Marion Shaw's involvement commenced when Rebecca, after enduring weeks of these disquieting occurrences, finally sought aid from the authorities. The preliminary evaluation yielded no tangible evidence of criminal activity, suggesting a matter best suited for mental health services rather than law enforcement. Shaw cataloged the complaint, consigning it to the ranks of non-urgent cases. No concrete evidence, Shaw later attested. No signs of forced entry, no missing items, only a woman grappling with a sense of unease in her own dwelling. The pivotal moment arrived with the incident involving the bathroom mirror. During her subsequent interaction with law enforcement, Rebecca recounted the episode vividly, the disconcerting sensation of her reflection moving autonomously, the eerie feeling of being surveilled even in solitude. This time she furnished proof, footage captured by a security camera she personally installed, trained upon her entryway. The video unveiled a revelation that sent shivers down the spines of even the most seasoned officers. The grainy imagery depicted Rebecca departing for work in the morning, followed 20 minutes later by an individual bearing an uncanny resemblance to her, employing a key to access her dwelling. Forensic analysts meticulously scrutinized the footage for traces of tampering or digital manipulation, all to no avail. The entity entering her abode mirrored Rebecca's movements, attire, even bearing her distinctive leather satchel. Yet, according to timestamps from her workplace's security system, Rebecca had already swiped into her office tower across town. We are confronted with a doppelganger scenario, Detective Shaw disclosed to her superior. An individual who has meticulously studied Ms. Thorne, capable of replicating her with unsettling precision. The probe escalated as fingerprints within the residence exclusively traced back to Rebecca, with no alien DNA unearthed. Neighbors reported mundane sightings, attesting to Rebecca's customary comings and goings. One neighbor, Mrs. Keller, mentioned a peculiar encounter wherein she greeted Rebecca upon her return home, receiving no acknowledgement of deviation from her norm, though not deemed alarming. Rebecca commenced documenting the myriad disruptions within her dwelling. Minor alterations proliferated, vanishing provisions from her fridge, unauthorized searches on her computer, and most disconcerting of all, discovering self-portraits on her phone that she had no recollection of capturing. In some images, her countenance appeared subtly askew, the smile too wide, the gaze too intense. I feel as though I am teetering on the brink of madness, she confided to Detective Shaw during their subsequent rendezvous. Or perhaps someone is orchestrating a grand charade to drive me to the edge. The breakthrough materialized when a discernible pattern emerged from the surveillance footage. The doppelganger exclusively infiltrated the premises during Rebecca's absence for specific engagements, therapeutic sessions, yoga classes, Sunday morning grocery excursions, prearranged activities with predictable durations. An individual intimately acquainted with your routine, Shaw expounded. This is not a happenstance intrusion. It is a targeted campaign of surveillance and subterfuge. A forensic psychologist postulated that they were entangled in a fixation scenario, an individual fixated on embodying Rebecca, assimilating into her existence, conceivably aspiring to supplant her entirely. Such occurrences, though rare, found mention in the annals of psychological discourse. The perpetrator typically endured a psychological rupture, fixating on a target embodying attributes they coveted: stability, allure, triumph, normalcy. The inquiry narrowed as Rebecca referenced a former colleague, Lily Winters, expelled for exhibiting escalating erratic behavior. Lily had toiled closely with Rebecca, frequently remarking on shared characteristics between them. Post-dismissal, she dispatched a series of disconcerting missives to Rebecca. Our identities intertwine, one missive intimated. At times, I feel more akin to you than you do. Detective Shaw secured a warrant to comb through Lily's domicile. What they uncovered metamorphosed the case from unsettling to nightmarish. Within Lily's abode, one chamber had been transformed into a shrine-like replica of Rebecca's bedroom. The walls adorned with photographs, countless snapshots of Rebecca entering her abode, shopping, socializing, all clandestinely captured. A wardrobe mirrored Rebecca's attire, replete with cosmetics mirroring her preferred brands, alongside meticulous annotations concerning her idiosyncrasies, verbal cadence, and daily rituals. Yet the most damning evidence surfaced in the form of practice footage. Lily had recorded herself mimicking Rebecca's gait, gestures, expressions. The evolution was palpable: initial endeavors clumsy and conspicuous, later iterations nearly indistinguishable from the authentic Rebecca. She yearned to assume my identity, Rebecca murmured upon beholding the evidence. It was not mere imitation, it was annihilation. Forensic technicians unearthed sophisticated apparatus for forging duplicates of keys and replicating electronic access cards. Lily had devised an intricate system for monitoring Rebecca's movements, including a meticulously detailed calendar forecasting her agenda. What eluded investigators was Lily's ultimate intent. Diaries discovered in her abode contained rambling entries vacillating between first and third person, occasionally alluding to Rebecca as me and her within the same passage. The climactic entry sent chills through the investigative team. Soon, only one shall endure. The superior iteration shall prevail. Upon authorities' endeavor to apprehend Lily, she had vanished without a trace. Signs of a hurried departure pervaded her residence, open drawers, absent technology. A nationwide alert was disseminated. Rebecca was ushered into protective custody, relocated to an undisclosed stronghold under constant surveillance. For 3 weeks, every locale associated with her prior existence underwent vigilant oversight. Lily remained a spectral enigma, evading capture. The saga reached a disquieting denouement when a sentinel at Rebecca's former workplace reported an anomaly. Rebecca had been sighted entering the edifice despite being on indefinite leave. Subsequent security footage corroborated the account. An individual bearing an exact resemblance to Rebecca had gained entry using a valid identification card, proceeding to her erstwhile workstation, perusing her files for 40 minutes before exiting. Meanwhile, the genuine Rebecca, cloistered in a secure refuge, could not have been present at the office. The implications crystallized. Lily had not absconded, she had made her gambit. She had assumed Rebecca's identity, usurping her existence while the authentic Rebecca remained sequestered. The case endures as an unresolved enigma. Lily Winters eluded capture, and Rebecca Thorne opted not to reclaim her former life, electing to forge a new identity in an undisclosed sanctuary. Detective Shaw maintains a photograph on her desk, a dual portrait of two strikingly similar women. One embodies Rebecca Thorne, the other embodies Lily Winters. At times, she scrutinizes their countenances, seeking the distinctions, the subtle nuances that differentiate one from the other. The most chilling verity, Shaw imparts to nascent detectives within the precinct, is not the resemblance in appearance or voice, it is the fervor driving someone to covet your essence to the extent of effacing themselves in the pursuit. Identity transcends external display. It is the bastion we shield vigilantly, and sometimes we realize its worth only when it is imperiled by another's covetous grasp. Story 16. The tale of the Victorian-era home began innocently enough for Michael and Sarah Klein, who found themselves the unsuspecting owners of a house with a peculiar secret waiting to be uncovered. Nestled within the aged walls was a mystery that whispered through the peeling wallpaper, beckoning the new tenants to delve deeper. As the couple embarked on what they believed would be a simple renovation project, they encountered an anomaly that set their hearts aquiver. A water stain in the master bedroom, like a faded memory seeping through time, led them to discover a hidden narrative within the layers of the wall. Each strip of wallpaper peeled away revealed a chapter of the past, each layer a story waiting to be told. But it was the third layer down that held the key, a name repeated endlessly, like a haunting refrain. Eleanor Winters, the inked letters cried out in a frenzy of desperation, etched into the very fabric of the house itself. Intrigued and unsettled by this enigma, Michael and Sarah embarked on a journey of discovery that would unravel the threads of time and weave together a tale of mystery and tragedy. Their quest led them to an online search, where a single result emerged: a missing persons case from decades ago, a woman whose image bore an uncanny resemblance to the previous owner of the house. Margaret Cavendish, the elegant woman with silver-streaked hair who had sold them the house, now stood at the center of a web of intrigue that spanned years of silence and unanswered questions. The missing Eleanor Winters, frozen in time in a black-and-white photograph, cast a shadow over the present, merging with the identity of the woman who had once called the Victorian house her own. As the days turned into nights, Michael and Sarah's curiosity transformed into an obsession, driving them to unearth the truth buried deep within the walls of their newfound home. Their investigation led them down a winding path of revelations and chilling discoveries, each piece of the puzzle fitting into place with a sense of inevitability. The retired detective, the hidden space beneath the floorboards, the overlapping identities, all pieces of a macabre mosaic that painted a portrait of a fractured mind and a tragic fate. The walls themselves became witnesses to a crime long forgotten, their silent cries echoing through the years, begging to be heard and understood. And as the forensic teams unearthed the final piece of the puzzle from beneath the garden, the truth emerged in all its stark reality. Eleanor Winters, lost to time and memory, found her voice in the whispers of the walls, guiding the living towards justice and closure. Rebecca Eldridge, the fractured soul behind the facade of Margaret Cavendish, stood at the intersection of truth and madness, her dual identities merging and diverging in a dance of shadows and light. The names scrawled on the wall bore witness to a crime of passion and obsession, a tale of love turned to jealousy and violence. And so, as the sun set on the Victorian house with its walls that whispered secrets of the past, Michael and Sarah found themselves at the crossroads of history and legend. Their dream home had become a vessel for a story that transcended time and space, a tale of mystery and redemption that would forever linger in the hallowed halls of memory. And as they closed their eyes to the night, the walls themselves whispered a lullaby of peace and closure, guiding them into the realm of dreams where truth and fiction intertwine in a dance of eternal mystery. Story 17. Aged apartment held its secrets, pipes that moaned, floorboards that whispered, but the new tenant sensed a difference in the sounds that echoed through the walls. The footsteps, distinct and purposeful, seemed to descend from above, deliberate in their cadence, yet she resided on the highest floor of the building. One evening, emboldened by curiosity, she tapped the ceiling with a broomstick. The footsteps ceased. A heavy silence enveloped the room. Then a solitary knock reverberated from within the ceiling itself. Sarah Coleman chose to keep the incident of the knocking to herself, rationalizing it as the settling of the old building or the antics of a stray creature roaming in the attic space. Despite the nightly persistence of the phantom footsteps, she found ways to cope, cranking up the volume of her television, donning headphones to muffle the methodical footfalls that traversed her ceiling in the shadows of the night. Detective Morris stumbled upon the enigmatic apartment when a maintenance worker inadvertently uncovered a hidden crawl space while conducting routine repairs. In an effort to mend a leak, the worker removed a section of drywall in the hallway adjacent to Sarah's unit. Behind the wall, he stumbled upon a narrow passage that defied the building's architectural blueprints. Illuminated by his flashlight, the passage revealed a makeshift living space adorned with discarded food wrappers, water bottles, a grimy blanket, and a weathered notebook. Summoned by the building superintendent, Detective Morris and his partner Detective Rivera arrived to find the shaken maintenance worker rambling about a clandestine occupant dwelling within the walls. The notebook contained meticulous records of Sarah Coleman's daily routines, her visitors, her meals, her viewing habits, her sleeping patterns. The neat handwriting gradually devolved into erratic scribbles, punctuated by cryptic symbols in the margins. The final entry read, "The subject no longer responds to my signals. She has chosen to ignore me. No one ignores me." Forensic teams scoured the hidden passages, unearthing fingerprints that matched no known records. They unraveled a labyrinth of tunnels woven into the walls and ceilings of the edifice, some dating back decades. These clandestine pathways linked to 5 different units but culminated in observation points concealed as innocuous fixtures or minor imperfections, focusing solely on Sarah Coleman's residence. Interviews with current tenants yielded no anomalies beyond the typical commotions of communal living. Former residents, however, painted a contrasting narrative. 3 previous inhabitants of Sarah's apartment recounted feelings of being surveilled or hearing inexplicable movements. One tenant had hastily vacated after a mere fortnight, their experiences left unreported out of fear of sounding paranoid. The breakthrough in the investigation materialized when forensics stumbled upon minuscule blood specks in one of the concealed passages. DNA analysis traced the traces to Martin Weaver, a former resident who had mysteriously vanished 4 years prior. Martin had resided directly beneath Sarah's abode. Revisiting Martin's disappearance, Detective Morris uncovered a trail of unsettling events. Martin had lamented about disturbances from the unit above occupied by a reserved individual named Edward. Subsequent to their altercation, Martin vanished without a trace, while Edward absconded the following month, leaving no forwarding details. Delving into Edward's past, investigators discovered a pattern of transient living arrangements across 2 decades. Edward had gravitated towards top-floor units, maintained minimal social connections, and departed abruptly. A tenant from his third abode recalled him as intense, fixated on the need for silence. Property records unveiled Edward's acquisition of remote rural land, where a cabin stood adorned with photos and notes. Among the mementos were images of denizens from various apartment complexes, including Sarah Coleman and Martin Weaver. Detailed schematics of ventilation systems and structural vulnerabilities were meticulously annotated. Journals chronicled the observations of the specimens and the maintenance of the habitat. A corkboard displayed newspaper clippings of missing persons, reports 6 in total, all previous occupants of buildings where Edward had resided. Cadaver dogs led investigators to freshly disturbed soil behind the cabin, unmasking a harrowing discovery of human remains. Forensic anthropologists commenced the arduous task of identifying the victims, unraveling a grim tapestry of Edward's malevolent activities. Returning to Sarah's dwelling, though the crawl spaces had been sealed, sporadic noises persisted. During the installation of enhanced security measures, maintenance workers stumbled upon a peculiar, a contemporary notebook nestled in a corner where the ceiling met the wall. The initial entry bore a solitary line: "They found my old nest, but not my new one." The handwriting mirrored that of the prior journal. The concluding page depicted a rudimentary sketch of Sarah's apartment layout, with a new passage delineated in crimson, accompanied by a date: the impending night. Law enforcement rushed to evacuate Sarah, only to find her residence deserted. Her phone lay silent, the television murmured softly, the shower droned on. In the bathroom, a cryptic message materialized on the misty mirror, etched by a finger: "Look up." The ceiling panel above the shower had been displaced. The pursuit of Edward, identified as Edward Mercer, a former construction specialist in renovations, remains ongoing. His adept knowledge of edifice structures enabled him to construct a covert network of observation points and passages. Thermal scans of Sarah's domicile revealed no current signs of occupancy within the walls. Sarah Coleman's whereabouts remain unknown, her case intertwined with similar vanishings across multiple jurisdictions. Authorities have issued alerts to property managers regarding unsanctioned alterations and concealed spaces within apartment buildings. Amidst the grim remnants and the sinister chronicles, Detective Morris finds himself haunted not by the graves or the journals, but by the image of Sarah, ensnared in a nightly symphony of footsteps from an ethereal neighbor above. The footsteps that ceased upon her call, only to echo back in response. In the solitude of his own abode, Detective Morris occasionally gazes upwards, attuned to the silence, pondering who else may be listening in the shadows of the night. Story 18. The parcel arrived without a hint of its origin, devoid of any labels or tracking codes, just a simple cardboard box, slightly damp from the morning mist. It wasn't intended for Sarah. Her address was correct, but the name was a stranger's. She should have dismissed it, should have left it untouched on the doorstep, but curiosity beckoned. With gentle hands, she unraveled the tape, anticipating books, clothing, something mundane. Yet within the box lay a VHS tape, accompanied by a solitary sticky note: "Watch alone." Sarah held the black cassette in her hands, the weight feeling off, burdened with an unspoken gravity. Her fingertips lingered on the worn edges, tracing the imperfections etched into the plastic. The handwritten note bore the marks of urgency, each stroke pressing deeply into the paper. While the suburban neighborhood hummed with its daily rhythm, a distant dog's bark, children's laughter beyond the fence, the drone of a lawnmower cutting through the silence, Sarah carried the mysterious package inside, placing it on her kitchen counter. Doubt crept in as she inspected the unfamiliar name, Daniel Whitaker. In her 4 years living there, she had never encountered mail for him. The previous occupants, the Johnsons, had bid farewell to the house, leaving no trace of a Daniel. Curiosity wrestled with unease as she eyed her dusty VCR, a relic of nostalgia. The tape called out to her, an enigma shrouded in black plastic. Against her instincts, Sarah inserted the tape. Static flickered on the screen initially, a white noise sharpening into focus. A dimly lit room materialized, illuminated by a lone lamp. The camera angle skewed as if hastily placed, capturing a man seated in a wooden chair, his features obscured by shadows. "My name is Daniel Whitaker," the man's voice, quiet yet resolute, resonated. "If you're watching this, they found you, and they'll find me too." Leaning closer, his worn face emerged from the darkness, eyes sunken, stubble lining his jaw, hair unkempt. "I'm innocent. You have to believe me. They planted evidence, implicating me in a murder I had no part in." Camera trembled as Daniel adjusted it, revealing the stark room, bare walls, scant furniture, a temporary sanctuary for a man on the run. "They'll say I knew her, that we quarreled, that witnesses heard us clash. Lies. I never met Catherine Walsh until her face flashed on the news." His voice faltered. "Dead, murdered in her own home, and somehow my DNA was everywhere at the crime scene." Detective Eliza Ramirez scrutinized the identical VHS tape on her desk, the fifth to surface. 5 tapes, 5 different individuals, all linked by Daniel Whitaker's desperate plea, a man accused of Catherine Walsh's murder, now vanished without a trace. Initially, the Walsh case seemed cut and dry. A young professional found strangled, no signs of forced entry, incriminating DNA pointing to Whitaker, last seen near her home, open and shut until the tapes emerged. "The tapes complicate matters," Detective Ramirez mused as she updated her case file. "Whitaker is either orchestrating an intricate ruse or revealing something far darker." Her evidence board displayed images of Catherine Walsh, crime scene snapshots too grim to linger on, maps tracing the delivery sites of the mysterious packages, and at its core, Daniel Whitaker's driver's license photo, his gaze imploring. The investigation veered off course when Ramirez unearthed Walsh's involvement in a whistleblower case against PharmaCorp, a potent pharmaceutical entity with ties to the government. Walsh had uncovered discrepancies in their drug trial data, unveiling a cover-up of severe side effects in a rushed product. She was set to testify, a former colleague confided to Ramirez, glancing nervously toward the door. Catherine possessed evidence, damning documents that proved top executives were complicit. The trial was imminent. Odd inconsistencies began to surface. The DNA evidence seemed too perfect, strategically placed at odds with the crime. Witness statements felt rehearsed, echoing identical phrases across accounts. Most alarming, surveillance footage near the crime scene mysteriously vanished during the critical time frame. 3 days later, Sarah Miller received a second package. Documents spilled forth, trial reports, internal correspondence, email threads, all bearing Catherine Walsh's digital seal, proof of her righteousness. The tide turned. Detective Ramirez joined forces with other recipients, piecing together Whitaker's trail of breadcrumbs. He had worked in IT security for a PharmaCorp contractor, stumbling upon Catherine's name flagged in a suspicious security protocol he wasn't meant to access. They were watching her, Whitaker revealed in a subsequent tape. "I saw their surveillance orders. They knew she was amassing proof. Then I was locked out. The next day she was dead and I was the fall guy." The case cracked when Sarah spotted a crucial detail on her tape, a reflection in a window revealing a line of storage units. Collaborating with Ramirez, they pinpointed the location. Within Unit 217, they uncovered the truth. Whitaker's journal chronicled the conspiracy, Catherine's original evidence, and damning blueprints framing Whitaker, penned by PharmaCorp's security chief, a former cop with access to incriminating protocols. Justice wasn't swift or dramatic, but methodical, built on irrefutable evidence. 3 executives faced charges. The security head confessed, striking a deal to testify against his cohorts. The tainted drug was withdrawn from consideration. Daniel Whitaker emerged from hiding, gaunt and altered by his time in exile. Charges against him were dismissed, yet the ordeal had left an indelible mark. In a brief encounter on Sarah's porch, where it all began, she queried, "Why me? Why send it to my address?" His weary eyes met hers. "The algorithm chose you." I needed impartial observers, unconnected to me or Catherine, individuals under the radar, people who could trust their instincts when the world deemed me guilty. The accused and the accidental observer stood in silence, pondering the thin line between justice and manufactured deceit. Sarah spoke softly. The wrong address turned out to be precisely the right one. The VHS tapes entered evidence. Relics reminding all that truth often arrives in unforeseen guises, under unfamiliar names, awaiting a curious soul to unveil its secrets. Story 19: The Enigmatic House. The listing from the realtor made no mention of a basement. The blueprints, meticulously studied, revealed no trace of it. Yet fate had other plans for the Mercer family as they unraveled a hidden secret within their new home. Beneath the old carpet, concealed from sight, lay a door beckoning to be discovered. With a collective effort, the family pried it open, revealing a passage shrouded in stale air, heavy with the aroma of damp earth. Descending the steps into the unknown, they anticipated storage but encountered a chilling sight instead. A solitary chair stood beneath a swaying light bulb, casting eerie shadows across the room. And there, on the wall behind, hung a series of photographs depicting scenes from their own lives, moments captured without their consent from within the confines of their supposed sanctuary. The Mercer family had sought charm and history when they moved into the suburban dwelling, unaware of the dark narratives etched into its very foundation. Detective Sarah Connors, accompanied by her partner, arrived at the scene marked by a sense of unease. Yellow tape fluttered in the wind, as if warning of the secrets waiting to be unearthed. Mrs. Mercer's trembling voice relayed the shocking discovery beneath their feet, prompting Connors to initiate a meticulous documentation process. Gloved hands and flashing cameras painted a stark picture of the hidden chamber. The basement, a compact space with concrete walls and a single chair as its centerpiece, held more than meets the eye. 37 photographs in chronological order lined the wall, each capturing moments of the Mercer family's daily lives. The absence of forced entry or theft only deepened the mystery, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions and a lingering sense of violation. As the investigation delved into the house's murky past, a pattern of deceit and concealment emerged. Previous owners, each departing under peculiar circumstances, seemed to share a common thread of ignorance regarding the hidden basement. The truth remained elusive, buried beneath layers of deception. A pivotal breakthrough came with the revelation of a contractor's testimony, denying the existence of the basement during his renovations. The enigma deepened as digital evidence unveiled a sophisticated surveillance system, meticulously monitoring the inhabitants of the house. Audio recordings, clandestinely obtained, painted a portrait of intrusion and obsession. Connors, driven by a sense of urgency, ordered a thorough search of every nook and cranny, unearthing a labyrinth of hidden passages and monitoring equipment. Amidst the maze of surveillance, a journal belonging to Edward Kelvin, the house's elusive builder, surfaced. His meticulous observations and cryptic writings hinted at a sinister presence lurking within the walls, undetected for years. The manhunt for Kelvin culminated in a chilling discovery, a gaunt figure hidden within the house's infrastructure, detached from reality, yet consumed by his delusions of ownership. His distorted perception painted the families as unwitting performers in his twisted narrative. As the legal proceedings unfolded, Kelvin's facade of detachment crumbled, revealing a disturbed individual fixated on his self-appointed role as guardian of the house. The Mercer family, like those before them, chose to sever ties with the tainted dwelling, leaving behind a legacy of intrusion and betrayal. The house, once a haven-turned-prison of surveillance, met its demise, its secrets buried along with its foundation. Yet, for those whose lives had intertwined with its dark history, the scars of violation lingered, a reminder of the invisible eyes that had watched, unseen and uninvited. In moments of quiet reflection, the families found themselves questioning the boundaries of privacy within their new abodes, haunted by the echoes of a presence that had long since vanished. The enigmatic house, now reduced to rubble, whispered tales of a past best left undisturbed, its legacy etched into the memories of those who had unwittingly played their roles in its macabre drama. Story 20, the motel stood there, a relic of forgotten times, a place where transient souls sought shelter for a fleeting night. The receptionist, with a peculiar gleam in his eyes, handed her the key, his words a cryptic warning. "Just avoid the last door on the left," he whispered. Intrigued, she felt the tug of curiosity pulling her towards that ominous threshold. That night, under the dim glow of flickering lights, she found herself outside that very door. The handle chilled her skin, sending shivers down her spine. To the naked eye, it appeared like any other door in the corridor until she pressed her ear against it. A faint breath, a whisper from the other side, sent a shiver through her being. Detective Morgan Reed, weary-eyed and determined, crossed the threshold marked by the yellow tape, a barrier between the ordinary world and the scene of unspeakable horror. The metallic tang of blood lingered in the air, a grim reminder of the violence that had stained the room. Amidst the pristine bathroom and the untouched bed, a young woman's lifeless form lay sprawled on the floor, her golden locks splayed around her like a tragic halo. Her vacant eyes stared into oblivion, frozen in a silent scream of disbelief or dread. Reed knelt beside the victim, a silent witness to the brutality that had shattered the tranquility of the room. The forensic technician, detached and clinical, documented the scene with practiced precision. "Third one this year," he remarked, his voice devoid of emotion. Reed nodded, absorbing the details that painted a grim picture of a killer with a sinister signature, preying on unsuspecting women in the most unlikely of places. As the investigation unfolded, Reed pieced together fragments of a chilling puzzle. Elegant attire, a designer handbag untouched, a life extinguished in a forgotten motel room, no signs of robbery, only a lingering sense of something deeply personal driving the perpetrator. The threads of the case led back to the motel, where shadows whispered of secrets long hidden within its peeling walls. Days turned into nights as Reed delved deeper into the mystery shrouding the victims. Surveillance footage yielded no answers, alibis crumbled under scrutiny, and suspicions lingered like ghosts in the shadows. It was a chance conversation with the victim's sister that unveiled a hidden truth, a man known only as C, a dangerous liaison concealed in the shadows of a seemingly ordinary life. The trail of evidence led Reed to Charles Emerson, a man of stature and influence, his polished faade concealing a dark obsession. With each revelation, the pieces of the puzzle fell into place: hidden cameras, clandestine meetings, a trail of deception leading to the motel's dreaded last door on the left. Emerson's mask slipped, revealing a man consumed by fear of exposure, willing to do the unthinkable to protect his carefully constructed life. In the hushed confines of the interrogation room, truths were laid bare, confessions whispered like curses into the void. Emerson's calculated facade crumbled under the weight of irrefutable evidence, sealing his fate as justice loomed on the horizon. The courtroom bore witness to the unraveling of a meticulously crafted facade, the echoes of a life shattered by deceit and depravity. As the gavel fell and Emerson's sentence was pronounced, Reed's gaze met his a fleeting moment of recognition, a glimpse into the void that lay behind his cold mask. The media dubbed it the door on the left case, a tale of darkness lurking in the most unexpected of places. Yet for Reed, the echoes of that fateful night lingered, a reminder that even in the quietest corners, monsters may lie in wait. And so the keys to those haunted rooms remain locked away, silent witnesses to the horrors that unfolded behind closed doors. In the stillness of the evidence locker, they stand as a testament to the fragile boundaries between safety and peril, between the known and the unknowable. For Reed, the case may have ended, but the shadows of that motel corridor still whisper of secrets best left undisturbed. Story 21. Renovations always reveal hidden treasures: old newspapers, forgotten trinkets, faded photographs. But for Sarah and Michael, uncovering a neatly folded letter beneath the floorboards of their Victorian-era home was more than just a discovery. The paper, fragile and aged, bore a haunting message: "Don't trust the one who knocked." Before they could grasp the gravity of those words, the eerie sound of 3 sharp knocks pierced the silence of the empty house, sending shivers down their spines. Drawn to the ornate moldings and rich history of the estate auction purchase, the couple never anticipated the darkness that lay hidden within their renovation project. Detective Alina Reed, with her seasoned partner, arrived on the scene to investigate. The exposed floorboards revealed a mysterious void below, and Reed, with her gloved hands accustomed to handling evidence, carefully retrieved the note. The couple's inadvertent touch had tainted it, a contamination impossible to avoid. As Reed listened to Sarah and Michael recount the chilling knocks, she sensed genuine fear in their faces. Background checks on the couple yielded nothing suspicious: newlyweds with impeccable credit and stable jobs. However, the house held a complex past. Once owned by the Hargrove family for generations, it stood empty after the passing of the last inhabitant, Margaret Hargrove, an elderly widow known for her solitary life. No enemies, no foul play surrounding her death, just natural causes, as the coroner had ruled. Yet an unsettling presence lingered. Forensic analysis dated the note back 20 years, its handwriting fraught with distress, hinting at fear or urgency. Margaret, in her 60s at the time, lived with her late husband, Franklin, who had passed away 5 years prior. Reed delved deeper into the investigation, scouring county records and interviewing those who knew the Hargroves. Franklin, a respected retired teacher and skilled woodworker, left behind pieces of his craftsmanship in the house. A former student recalled his descent into paranoia, claiming that Franklin spoke of someone watching him, a condition dismissed as early dementia. The breakthrough emerged during Reed's conversation with Margaret's sister, now residing in a nursing home. Through fading memories, a revelation surfaced. Margaret feared the collector who knocked, she whispered. Franklin's gambling debts had summoned the ominous figure to their doorstep, seeking payment. Margaret's desire to sell the house to settle the debts clashed with Franklin's refusal. The collector, known as Victor Mercer, had left a chilling mark on their lives. Returning to the house with a forensic team, Reed led the meticulous search that unraveled the truth. Beneath the foundation, buried in plastic, lay the remains of a male skeleton with a fractured skull. Dental records excluded Franklin Hargrove as the victim. This was Victor Mercer, the lone shark who vanished 2 decades ago. Further excavation unearthed a wallet containing Mercer's ID, solidifying the grim puzzle. Forensic evidence intertwined with Margaret's hidden diaries, discovered in the attic, painted a harrowing picture. Franklin's confrontation with Mercer had turned deadly, resulting in a dark secret buried beneath the house. Margaret's compliance stemmed from fear and loyalty, not malice. Her diary entries chronicled the haunting knocks she heard, the paranoia that consumed her, and the burden of the truth she carried alone. With the case closed, justice was belatedly served as Mercer's remains found their way to his estranged family. Sarah and Michael, unable to bear the weight of the house's history, sold the property, leaving it vacant with renovations halted. Whispers circulated among the locals, recounting ghostly tales of 3 distinct knocks reverberating through the empty halls at night. The note, a chilling artifact, remained in evidence storage, a stark reminder: don't trust the one who knocked. Margaret's silent warning echoed through time, leaving Detective Reed pondering the enigmatic nature of unsolved mysteries. Some truths remain obscured, veiled by shadows of the past, waiting to be unveiled by those brave enough to seek them out. Story 22, the ancient library faced its impending fate of demolition. Workers toiled tirelessly, nearing the completion of their task, when a serendipitous stumble revealed a hidden latch nestled within a dusty bookshelf. With a gentle click, the bookcase swung open, unveiling a secret passage leading to a concealed chamber. The air within was dense, untouched by human hands for decades. In the dimly lit space, devoid of furniture save for a solitary chair bolted to the floor, a chilling message was etched repeatedly on the wall: I am still here. The construction foreman swiftly contacted the authorities, setting in motion a series of events that would unravel a dark and enigmatic mystery. Detective Morgan Walsh, a seasoned investigator with 2 decades of experience, arrived at the scene. His keen eyes scanned the eerie room, his flashlight casting stark shadows that danced across the haunting message scrawled on the walls. Secure the area, Walsh directed his team, his voice resonating in the somber silence of the hidden room. Let no one disturb a thing until forensics can shed light on this enigma. The library's storied past added a layer of intrigue to the unfolding narrative. Once privately owned by the esteemed Harrington family, the building had been bequeathed to the public following the mysterious disappearance of their daughter, Rebecca. Her vanishing act during her final year of college had baffled investigators, her abandoned car the only clue left behind near the wooded outskirts of town. Despite exhaustive searches and inquiries, the enigma of her disappearance remained unsolved, her family steadfast in their belief that a sinister force had befallen her. As forensic experts meticulously combed through the hidden chamber, they unearthed hair and fiber samples embedded in the aged chair, while traces of blood and skin cells lingered amidst the scratched walls. Initial analysis hinted at a young female presence, suggesting a harrowing struggle had taken place within those walls. Detective Walsh delved into the tangled history of the Harrington family, a sense of disquiet gnawing at him. The timing of the library's donation post-Rebecca's vanishing struck a dissonant chord. Further scrutiny unearthed a troubling detail: the contractor responsible for installing the bookshelf had close ties to Maxwell Harrington, Rebecca's uncle and patriarch of the family. Financial records hinted at clandestine dealings, with exorbitant payments made to the contractor, far exceeding standard renovation costs. Former library staff shared their astonishment at the hidden room's revelation, none privy to its existence except for an elderly librarian who recalled Maxwell's peculiar affinity for that secluded section of the building. The pieces of the puzzle were slowly falling into place. The investigation took a chilling turn when DNA evidence confirmed the link between Rebecca and the hidden room. She had not fled but had been held captive, potentially by a member of her own kin. With a warrant in hand, detectives descended upon the Harrington estate, unearthing a damning journal in Maxwell's study. Its entries painted a disturbing picture of obsession and captivity, culminating in a bone-chilling declaration of silencing Rebecca for the family's sake. Confronted with irrefutable evidence, Maxwell's veneer of innocence crumbled. His admission of guilt laid bare a ghastly truth: he had imprisoned and ultimately killed his niece in a bid to safeguard his illicit secrets. The echoes of Rebecca's voice, silenced for years, found justice in Maxwell's confession. Beneath the floorboards of the hidden room lay Rebecca's remains, a poignant reminder of a life extinguished too soon. The Harrington family confronted the grim reality, finding solace in the closure brought by Maxwell's reckoning. The library, once slated for destruction, now stood as a monument to a life cut short and a truth long concealed. In a poignant twist of fate, Rebecca's haunting message, etched into the walls with desperation, ensured her legacy endured a testament to the enduring power of truth and the inexorable march of justice, no matter how long it lay hidden in the shadows. Story 23. She glided in through the front door, a gentle breeze stirring the dust in the hushed air. The house sat frozen in time, its peeling walls and draped furniture telling silent stories of neglect. Each step she took felt like a dance with the past, a mysterious waltz through forgotten memories. Yet amidst the stillness, there was a subtle unease that lingered in the air, a whisper of secrets waiting to be uncovered. The doors beckoned, each one a portal to the unknown, but no matter which handle she grasped, no matter which path she chose, she always found herself back in the parlor. A never-ending loop, a maze without escape. The only way out was the way she came, retracing her steps through the veils of time. Yet when she turned back, the front door had vanished, leaving her stranded in a realm of shadows and echoes. The discovery of Morgan Pierce's body cast a dark shadow over the abandoned Victorian, transforming it from a mere relic to a haunting crime scene. Detective Sarah Lynn stood at the threshold, a silent observer amidst the flurry of activity within. Forensic technicians moved like phantoms through the dim interior, their presence ghostly in the fading light. The house had become a place of mystery and fear, its reputation as a place of strange occurrences now stained with the taint of tragedy. The initial examination suggests she's been gone for about 3 days, the medical examiner murmured, his words barely audible in the heavy silence. Cause of death appears to be asphyxiation. Morgan's lifeless form was discovered seated in an antique chair in the parlor, her gaze fixed on the entrance as if awaiting a long-lost visitor. Serene in death, her hands folded neatly in her lap, she seemed to belong to the house, a part of its melancholic beauty. No signs of struggle, no evidence of violence, just a quiet departure from the world, a transition into the realm of shadows. The scene exuded a sense of calm that belied the darkness that lurked beneath the surface, a stillness that sent shivers down the spines of even the most seasoned investigators. "Who found her?" Lind inquired, her voice a soft echo in the somber room. "A real estate agent showing the property," her partner replied. They stumbled upon her, a silent sentinel in the parlor, a ghost from the past brought back to life. The house had stood abandoned since the passing of its previous owner, a woman named Alina Blackwood, whose legacy was now tainted by the whispers of tragedy and loss. Morgan Pierce, a young scholar with a thirst for knowledge, had been drawn to the house by its enigmatic reputation. Her research into architectural anomalies had led her down a path of mystery and intrigue, a journey into the heart of darkness that lurked within the walls. Friends spoke of her passion, her determination, her relentless pursuit of the truth hidden within the decaying facade. Her roommate reported her missing 2 days ago, Lind noted, her gaze drifting to the tattered journal found amidst Morgan's belongings. She spoke of the house where the lost find their way, a place of enigma and wonder. The investigation unveiled a trail of breadcrumbs left by Morgan in her quest for understanding, a trail that led deeper into the labyrinth of secrets that the house held close to its chest. Her journal entries spoke of strange phenomena, whispers in the shadows, cold caresses of unseen hands, doors that led to ever-changing realms. A world within a world, a reality within a dream. In her final words, she spoke of equipment lost to the mists of time, tools that could have unraveled the mysteries that lay hidden in the house's depths. The autopsy revealed a curious detail, a rare alkaloid, a whisper of ancient rituals nestled within Morgan's veins, a substance of visions and revelations, of altered states and hidden truths. Yet in such small quantities it should have been a mere whisper, a fleeting moment of clarity amidst the chaos of the mind. She was no seeker of thrills, her partner insisted during questioning. Morgan was a scholar, a seeker of the truth. She would not have willingly danced with the shadows unless compelled by forces beyond her control. Deleted messages on her phone hinted at a connection, a kindred spirit, a soul bound by invisible threads to the mysteries of the house. Whispers of secrets shared, of truths uncovered, of a bond forged in the crucible of the unknown. The house remembers, one message whispered in the darkness. It yearns to be known, to be understood. It beckons to those who dare to listen, who dare to see. The investigation turned its gaze to Adam Reeves, an expert in architectural history, a man whose knowledge of hidden spaces and forgotten realms had drawn Morgan into his orbit. Their collaboration had sparked a flame that now flickered in the darkness, a light extinguished too soon. When questioned, Reeves spoke of illusions and deceptions, of truths hidden in plain sight. He painted a picture of a house designed to confound, to bewitch, to ensnare the unwary. Morgan had seen beyond the facade, had glimpsed the truth that lay at the heart of the house's mysteries. Yet Reeves himself bore no guilt, his alibi a solid wall against the accusations that threatened to consume him. The key to the mystery lay buried in the past, in the shadows of memory and forgotten lore. Eleanor Blackwood's grandson, a man with secrets of his own, revealed a truth long kept hidden, a legacy of loss, of souls claimed by the house's insatiable hunger. The claiming, he whispered, his voice a ghostly echo of the past, a curse that lingers, a fate that cannot be denied. Journals uncovered from dusty archives spoke of deaths shrouded in mystery, of lives cut short by forces beyond comprehension. The house held its secrets close, its walls soaked in the blood of the fallen, its corridors echoing with the whispers of the lost. A hidden chamber revealed artifacts of power, relics of ancient rituals and forgotten gods. A carving at the center, a deity of thresholds and transitions, a guardian of the liminal spaces between worlds. The truth emerged in fragments, in whispers carried on the wind. Dust patterns revealed the presence of another, a ghostly figure that moved unseen through the house's darkened halls. Partial fingerprints, echoes of a past long forgotten, whispered of a presence that defied explanation, a shadow that lingered in the corners of perception. 3 weeks into the investigation, Adam Reeves joined Morgan in the realm of shadows, his form a mirror of hers, his fate sealed by the same mysterious hand. In his grasp, a key that unlocked the secrets of the house, a key that opened doors to realms beyond comprehension. his final words a testament to the house's power, a warning to those who dared to seek its truths. "The house does not bind you in chains of iron," his message echoed through the empty corridors. "It binds you in chains of perception, in illusions of the mind. Once you see the truth, you are free to leave, but by then you will not want to." The case remained open, a puzzle with pieces scattered in the shadows, a mystery that defied explanation. The Victorian stood silent and empty, its doors closed to the curious and the brave. Yet whispers persisted of lights flickering in the darkness, of shadows dancing in the moonlight. Visitors spoke of a presence that lingered in the air, of a feeling of being watched by unseen eyes. Some claimed the house devoured those who delved too deeply into its secrets, while others believed it held the key to a truth beyond mortal understanding. The truth remained elusive, a specter that danced just out of reach. In the house where all doors led back to the beginning, where time stood still and shadows danced, the mystery endured, a riddle waiting to be solved, a story waiting to be told. And as the night drew its velvet curtain over the world, the house whispered its secrets to the stars, a lullaby of mystery and magic, of darkness and light. And in the realm of dreams, where reality and illusion blend into one, the house waited, its secrets hidden in the shadows, its mysteries waiting to be uncovered. Story 24, in the dim light of her mother's attic, Sarah Winters uncovered a forgotten box labeled Memories. Inside rested a collection of faded Polaroid photos, snapshots of joyful family gatherings from her childhood. Among the familiar faces and flickering candles, there lurked a chilling presence, unnoticed until now. A mysterious figure, shrouded in shadow, lingered in the background of each image, drawing closer with each passing photo. As Sarah delved deeper into the unsettling discovery, she reached out to her father, seeking answers to the enigmatic stranger haunting their family memories. But his bewildered response only deepened the mystery, stirring a sense of unease in Sarah's heart. Determined to unravel the enigma, she turned to Detective Marcus Reed, a weathered investigator with a keen eye for detail. Spread out on the detective's desk, the Polaroids revealed a disturbing progression, the figure's gradual advance towards the unsuspecting children in the photographs. Despite thorough scrutiny and inquiries, no one could identify the shadowy intruder, casting a veil of uncertainty over the investigation. As rain tapped against the windows, the case took on an eerie aura, shrouded in secrecy and intrigue. With each enhanced image and painstaking analysis, the truth began to emerge. The figure bore resemblance to a long-lost maintenance worker, Robert Keller, linked to cold cases of child abductions that had baffled authorities for decades. His dark presence in the family photos hinted at a sinister connection to the disappearances that had haunted the region. As the investigation deepened, buried secrets came to light, leading to a chilling revelation. The figure in the shadows had been a harbinger of darkness, silently moving through celebrations and gatherings, leaving behind a trail of unspeakable horrors. Through meticulous detective work and forensic evidence, the truth unraveled, connecting the dots between past tragedies and present-day justice. Alone in her apartment, Sarah confronted the grim reality revealed by the haunting photos. The figure, once hidden in plain sight, now stood exposed as a malevolent force intertwined with her family's history. The closure brought by the investigation was bittersweet, offering answers where there were once only questions, but at a cost too heavy to bear. As she carefully packed away the photos, their significance weighed heavily on her mind. They were not just images frozen in time, but harbingers of a past that had finally come to light. In the stillness of the room, she pondered the enigmatic figure, a specter of darkness who had lurked unseen in the cherished memories of her childhood. And as she closed the lid on the box of haunting photographs, she knew that some secrets, once uncovered, could never be unseen. Story 25. The tale unfolds in the hush of a closing costume shop, its shelves bare and spirits fading. Amidst the scattered remnants of forgotten characters, a woman's hand reached out, drawn to a mask unlike any other. Nestled among the dust, its features danced on the edge of reality, both delicate and disconcertingly real. As she placed it on the counter, the cashier's unease surfaced in a hesitant murmur, "That's not ours." Bewildered, she sought a tag, only to find none, a mystery in itself. Undeterred, she carried it home, unaware of the silent specter she invited in. In the dead of night, a soft rustle roused her from slumber, a whisper of fabric stirring the air. Her eyes flickered open to find the mask absent from its resting place on the dresser, now perched ominously on her nightstand, its gaze fixed upon her. This woman, known as Catherine Reed, met a fate veiled in shadows, her neighbor stumbling upon a chilling tableau the next morning. The door ajar, light spilled into the dimness, revealing a world forever altered. Detective Morgan stepped into the somber chamber, where forensics weaved their tapestry of evidence under the rhythmic click of shutters. Voices murmured in reverence, each detail a clue in the enigma of Catherine's untimely end. No forced entry, no struggle etched in the room, save for the mute witness on the floor. The medical examiner, a harbinger of grim truths, pondered the enigma of her demise, a puzzle lacking a clear answer. Terror etched upon her features, frozen in eternal witness to the unknown. Catherine's life, a canvas of quiet diligence as an art appraiser, now shrouded in the cloak of mystery. Her colleagues painted a portrait of a woman devoted to authenticity, a seeker of truths hidden in plain sight. Yet did her keen eye unveil a darker secret, leading her down a path she could not fathom. The tendrils of the investigation stretched back in time, revealing a tapestry woven with threads of death and deceit. Each victim, a bearer of an enigmatic mask, each face etched in terror, each story left unfinished. The detective's path led to a shop of forgotten dreams, where the owner's trembling hands unveiled a tale of cursed relics and whispered regrets. Forensics, diligent in their pursuit, uncovered a trail of microscopic clues, leading to a truth stranger than fiction. Fibers, alien in their composition, hinted at a world beyond comprehension, a realm where nightmares took shape in the guise of ancient remnants. A retired detective, keeper of secrets long buried, shed light on the darkness that enveloped them. Ancient symbols, a gateway to forgotten rituals, whispered of a pact older than memory itself. Catherine's journal, a beacon in the shadowed night, unveiled a truth too terrible to ignore. As the pieces converged, a chilling revelation emerged. Fear, an unseen assailant, claimed Catherine's final breath, a specter that haunted the living with its icy touch. Surveillance footage, a silent witness to the unseen, unveiled a figure in the night, a phantom donning the mask of another, a puppeteer of stolen identities. The mask, a harbinger of doom, slipped through the cracks of time, vanishing into the ether, only to resurface in a distant land, a siren call to the unwary. Its hunger unsated, its thirst unquenched, it awaited its next victim, a vessel to be filled with dread and despair. The detective, keeper of Catherine's truth, found solace in the shadows, a silent guardian against the encroaching night. As darkness fell, she felt the weight of unseen eyes upon her, a reminder of the mask that lay in wait, biding its time until it found another soul to claim. And in the stillness of the night, she listened for the soft whisper of movement, the harbinger of a darkness that knew no end. Story 26. The dwelling had sat untouched for years, shrouded in silence. Whispers from the neighbors spoke of a young woman who had vanished, leaving the house abandoned. But when the new occupants crossed the threshold, they encountered a locked bedroom, a puzzle waiting to be solved. With determination, they forced the door open, revealing a room frozen in time. The air hung thick with neglect, dust dancing in the faint light that filtered through the curtains. Yet amidst the stillness, something stirred unease in their hearts. The bed was neatly made, the mirror gleaming, and a lone candle stood extinguished, its wax a solidified cascade of sorrow. In the quiet chamber, a notebook lay open, its pages a testament to a story left unfinished. Detective Morgan, a seeker of truths veiled in shadows, pored over the words penned by Elise Winters, her essence preserved in ink. The script, elegant and deliberate, chronicled her descent into a realm of darkness on that fateful night of her disappearance. "I know he's watching me tonight," the final entry whispered, a plea for someone to heed her warning. As the room was combed for clues, the landlord lingered in the doorway, a ghost of guilt etched on his face. The mystery of the locked room deepened, revealing a tale of deceit woven within the corridors of power. Elise, once a paralegal entangled in the web of a prestigious law firm, had stumbled upon a web of lies concealed within the Westridge acquisition files. Her pursuit of truth had led her to a sinister discovery, a truth that threatened to shatter the facade of respectability. The walls whispered of Elise's diligence, her dedication to unraveling the threads of deception that bound her world. Her disappearance had left a void, a question mark suspended in the air. The room, devoid of obvious clues, held secrets buried beneath the surface. It was in a moment of revelation, a hidden compartment beneath a loose floorboard, that the truth began to unravel. A key, a flash drive a gateway to a world of corruption shielded from prying eyes. The documents within, a damning expose of manipulated data and silenced voices, painted a picture of greed and betrayal. The recordings echoed with the voices of Elise and Vincent Harriman, their words a dance of deception and desperation. The truth, once buried, now clawed its way to the surface, demanding justice. The investigation unveiled a trail of deceit that led to the doorstep of power. Harriman, a figure of influence, stood accused of crimes that stained the very fabric of justice. The hidden passage, a gateway to darkness concealed in plain sight, bore witness to the sins committed under the guise of respectability. In a courtroom suffused with the weight of truth, Harriman's facade crumbled, his lies laid bare for all to see. Elise's legacy, her unwavering pursuit of justice, found its voice in the silence of that locked room, a testament to a soul unwilling to be silenced. The house, a silent witness to the unraveling of secrets, stood empty once more, a monument to the courage of a woman who dared to challenge the shadows. The whispers of the night carried echoes of justice served, a beacon of light in a world cloaked in darkness. Elise's room, a sanctuary of truth, remained a testament to the power of one voice against the cacophony of deceit. As the night descended, casting its veil over the abandoned house, a flicker of light danced in the upstairs window, a silent vigil held by a spirit unwilling to be forgotten. In the stillness of the night, justice found its voice, echoing through the empty rooms as a reminder that even in the darkest of nights, the truth will always find its way to the surface. Story 27. In the beginning, there was just a flicker, a small anomaly in the baby monitor's feed. The mother brushed it off as mere interference, but then the audio crackled and a soft voice whispered, "SHHH, go back to sleep." A chill ran down her spine. With a racing heart, she hurried to her son's room, only to find the crib empty. The window remained shut, the door securely locked. The only thing amiss was a stuffed rabbit on the floor, its glossy black eyes fixed on her. Rebecca's scream pierced the night until her throat was raw. The neighbors, startled by her cries, dialed emergency services. When the authorities arrived, they discovered Rebecca clinging to the stuffed rabbit, swaying on the nursery floor. Samuel, her 4-month-old baby, had vanished without a trace. The initial investigation yielded little. No signs of forced entry, the security system intact. The baby monitor footage showed nothing out of the ordinary until that eerie voice and static. How could someone enter a locked home, snatch a child, and leave without a trace save for a displaced toy? Suspicion turned to Rebecca. Her husband, Daniel, had been away on business, their marriage strained since Samuel's arrival. Medical records hinted at postpartum struggles. Investigators noted Rebecca's unnervingly calm demeanor, considering the circumstances. Rays of hope emerged when forensic experts discovered rare fibers on a nursery windowsill, unknown to the household. These fibers hinted at a skilled intruder accessing the nursery from outside. Security footage from neighbors revealed a shadowy figure lurking in the night. A unique boot print in the garden soil pointed to a seasoned climber. Rebecca's innocence seemed likely. Daniel returned bewildered from his trip. His hands bore unusual calluses, a result of newfound rock climbing. Financial records revealed a troubling narrative life insurance on Samuel mysterious calls, a hidden second family. As the investigation deepened, the baby monitor took center stage. Hacked, manipulated, the whispered voice was a remote broadcast to Rebecca's receiver. The digital trail led to a basement, where Samuel was found in the care of Elaine, a haunting figure with vacant eyes. Elaine, Daniel's first wife, harbored a tragic past and a vendetta against the life he had built with Rebecca. Digital evidence unraveled their scheme. Daniel's climbing gear matched the crime scene. Encrypted messages exposed their plan. In court, the chilling baby monitor audio implicated Daniel with his cough confirming his presence during the abduction. The jury's swift decision sealed Daniel and Elaine's fate. Rebecca and Samuel sought solace in a new life, away from the shadows of the past. The case reshaped abduction investigations, prompting a national review of baby monitor security. Samuel grew unaware of his harrowing night, while Rebecca safeguarded the stuffed rabbit. A silent witness to the truth, the monitor revealed in the darkness a truth beyond imagination.